Hello? There's gonna be an echo. Hello, everybody. That sounds a bit quiet. Hello? Oh. Sorry. Okay. Hey, everybody, what's up? I noticed something. This is probably a horrible idea. Which, I'm gonna mute that so there's not an echo anymore. This is probably an awful idea. I might turn myself up because I noticed that when I get quiet like this, like when I, just kind of do my little mumble when I'm just kind of, yapping. Or if I'm leaning back like this, I lean back away from the mic. You can't hear me as well. I'll leave it for now because we're not doing loud stuff today. But I am considering changing that up. So today we're going to be reading some classic creepypastas. I don't have a list. I'm just going to kind of bounce around to whichever one's popping in my mind. I know that I want to do a Mario one because that, of course, that's my staple, right? I'm the Mario guy, partially. And I want to do some of the big classics. Like, we can't skip Jeff the Killer. I want to do Eyeless Jack. We're really getting into the 2010s here. What the fuck was that on my screen? Did I just get assaulted by a boner? Alright, anyway, yeah, so I got a little royalty-free background here for us to listen to. And it's not up yet, but I do have a selection of music, dependent on what we will be reading. Of course. Do not the horse. Anyway, I figured, what should we start with, right? What story should we begin with? And I realized, how can you start with anything that's not Slenderman? Now, I don't know if there's a Slenderman creepypasta. Because it originally started as, like, photos. Mainly. This is just a synopsis, not a creepypasta. Oh, wait. Yes, okay, so there is a story here. So let me put on, some creepypasta music. We're gonna get real classic here. You're gonna recognize, like, all of these. Yeah, see? We're gonna channel our inner Mr. Creepypasta here. How loud is that? You can barely hear that. How about now? Is that good? Is that too loud for my voice? You barely, hold on. Big echo. Okay, that seems fine. That seems okay. I'll turn it down just a little bit to like here, right? If it's too quiet, we can worry about it later. But yeah, we got some creepypasta music going. Ow. And we're gonna read our first creepypasta. You all ready? All right. This is the Slenderman creepypasta. All right. After waking up with a jolt, the girl laid in bed a few seconds longer. Reaching over to switch on her bedside lamp, she tried to remember exactly what had stolen her sweet slumber away. When she couldn't, the brunette swung her legs over the side of the bed and heaved herself up. Checking the time, her phone... there's gonna be a lot of that, sorry. Checking the time on her phone, she snorted when she saw it was midnight, the witching hour. Knowing that sleep would only evade her, I don't know why I'm starting to smile already. This is fine so far. This is alright. She left her bedroom for the kitchen, a good cup of coffee on her mind. Isn't this a kid? No, it just says a girl. Okay, what like 4-year-old is like, well, better get my coffee in. Why would you have coffee at midnight? As she passed by her front door, a chill spread like liquid fire down her spine. It's only winter, she told herself, focusing again on the coffee plan. Measuring out scoops, water, and preparing her cup kept her occupied, but as the dark liquid boiled, she had nothing left to keep her mind from wandering off. She had nothing left to keep her mind from wandering off? Oh, okay. Yeah, once the coffee was done. The chill returned. How loud is the music compared to me? Hold on. The chill returned, and she couldn't help but glance behind her. I sound like a fucking idiot, but you can hear me at least. Alright. The chill returned, and she couldn't help but glance behind her to the front door. It stood there innocently enough, just like always. The deadbolt was still in place, and she could see nothing amiss with it. Turning back to her coffee, she did her best to forget about the feeling. Oh, here's the one! It's the one! Alright. With her cup in hand, she started back towards her bedroom. As she walked by the front door, she decided that a quick glance out of the peephole would help calm her restless mind. The chill worsened with each step she took towards the door and further away from the safety and warmth of her blankets. She's in the kitchen, right? Or did she return to her... Oh, she went back towards her bedroom. I'm sorry, my reading comprehension is dirt, apparently. She pressed her empty hand against the cold, metal door and took a deep breath before leading her eye to the peephole. At first, she could only see an inky blackness that somehow seemed to swirl in itself. When she blinked in surprise, the void melted away. Oh, that's cool. She wished it hadn't. In its place, there stood what she could only guess was once a man. The limbs were long and inhumanly awkward, with bulky joints branching off into several arms, not unlike the branches of a tree. The creature was draped in a black suit, somehow making the thing more nightmarish to her. Oh no, a suit. Oh my god, it's a CEO! Run! The icing on the proverbial cake, however, was what passed as the hellish thing's face. It was as though her mind blurred the ghastly visage to spare itself from further shock and horror. Oh, that's interesting. She shoved herself away from the door, with the hand still pressed against it. The scalding mug of coffee fell, the liquid burning her bare legs as she fell backwards and tried to crawl away from the door. She knew somehow that her mind hadn't been playing tricks on her. As she crab-walked away from the door, she watched as tendrils... I don't know, that's a funny line to me. As she crab-walked away from the door, she watched tendrils as black as the void she first saw snake around through the cracks. The girl was trapped between the instincts to flee and the gut feeling not to turn her back to the door. When the door jolted, the urge to flee overcame her and she slipped in... The girl was trapped between the instinct to flee and the gut feeling to not turn her back on the door. When the door jolted, the urge to flee overcame her and she slipped... Why can't I read this sentence? She slipped in from the door. The girl was halfway down the hallway when she heard the previously locked door creak open. She screamed and slipped into a wall, cracking her chin on it and stunning her. I'm not done with that one. Go back. Sorry. After that, there was only blackness. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Nicole? A warm, male voice snapped the woman out of her trance. Oh, Nicole. As she turned around, she was met by one of her sister's doctors. She nodded, not sure if she should say anything, or even if she could find her voice if she did have something to say. That morning, she had gotten an urgent phone call from the hospital, saying that her sister Lindsay was there. Before they had even let her see her, The doctor had pulled her off to the side and insisted that they talk to her about what might have just happened. What might have happened. Phrases like self-inflicted and assault had been thrown around, and Nicole felt her mind reel. She still hadn't fully understood what they had been saying until she saw Lindsay with her own eyes. Her little sister had a bandage wrapped around her head, covering both of her ears as well as her eyes. Uh-oh, what happened to my stream? Am I still on? Hello? It says I'm still streaming. Way to ruin the vibe. I can't tell if I'm still on or not. No, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. After that, there was... It says unstable. I can't tell if I'm still on or not. I think I am still on, but... Let's hope is fine. Where was I? Yeah. Her little sister had a bandage wrapped around her head, covering both of her ears as well as her eyes. They said it was to keep her now deadened eyes from drying out and to try to keep infection out of the wounds. Lindsay has made to her... to keep infection out of the wounds Lindsay had made to her ears. The doctor had guessed that either she or someone else had jammed a pencil into them to keep her off balance or to deafen herself against something. Ew. There was a mix of first and second degree burns on her hands, legs, and feet, from what was assumed to be the coffee her neighbor found slipped all over the entry of her apartment. Oh, Lindsay is the girl. As Nicole walked into her sister's hospital room the first time, she thought she had spied the silhouette of a man in the window. That she knew was impossible. Her sister's room was on the 3rd story of the hospital. And that's Slenderman. You know what? Kinda rad. Kinda cool. That's actually not bad. It's written very simply. It's written very, to the point. They don't delve too deep into the Slenderman's, existence. Let me pause the music for a second. They don't delve too deeply into the Slenderman's existence. They just kind of explain that he's there. I thought that was pretty well written, and I think that is a really good start to Sorry. But yeah, I think that is a really good start to these. That's not bad. Let me rewind this, and then we'll jump right into our next one. So where should we go from Slenderman? I don't want to do Jeff the Killer just yet. I kind of want to save... Oh, the Rake. Let's do the Rake. We'll do the Rake next. All right. Oh, I should put on some sort of text indicator that shows what story we're listening to. Shouldn't I? Current. Oh, geez. That's not even how I spell it, is it? Current story. The Rake. Can we get a spooky font? What kind of fonts are there? I can't even see the sample. What does this look like? Oh, yeah, that's nice. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Current... And look at that. It sits right there at the top nicely. All right, we're going to get the music running. And now we're going to read The Rake. Sounds good. All right, awesome. Thank you. I was just texting a friend to see if this is good. All right. Oh, wait. Now I got to text her again. Is the music too loud or quiet? It's playing now. What happened? Oh, I need to... I need to set that to repeat. Loop. Okay. We're figuring it out, guys. We're doing it live! We're doing it live! Alright. Okay. The Rake. I might pause a second here to see the text, but yes. Alright. The Rake. Okay. So this is written like, bits of different bits and pieces here and there. So we're gonna start just going through them. As the sun begins to set and the trees huddle together in small dark groups as if shielding themselves against the coming of night, you step quietly and quickly through the carpet of fallen leaves and stray twigs. Sir, I am sitting on my couch. Recognizing and noting as you do every rustle, every snap of a branch created by your own footfalls. Music sounds good. Volume, your voice is louder. Yeah, there's usually a delay on stream. I just want to make sure that my reading... I'm meant to be louder than the music. They need to hear me. I just want to make sure that the reading is coming out alright. You note them so that you can distinguish them from the other sounds. The soft rustling of leaves, the cracks of bracken somewhere behind you. You increase your speed, knowing that night is not the only thing drawing closer. The sound increases as your pace and heartbeats quickens. You turn, and in the fading light, catch a single glimpse of a hunched, crawling thing that is pursuing you, creeping forward like an animal, and yet looking so horribly human. You only caught a single glimpse, but then you start to run. One glimpse is enough. Everything sounds perfect. Awesome, thank you. Cool, that puts an ease on my mind. So that's a little entry bit. Now we have like an overview here. Mostly associated with the image of a bald, pale-skinned creature hunched at an angle with bright orb-like eyes staring into the camera. The Rake has become a staple... Oh, there's... That's literally the overview. Why is there like a part of the story at the top and then an overview? Alright. During the summer of 2003, events in the northeastern United States involving a strange, human-like creature sparked brief local media interest before an apparent blackout was enacted. Little or no information was left intact, as most online and written accounts of the creature were mysteriously destroyed. This next bit is an advertisement. Not like a real advertisement, it's like an advertisement in the story. Primarily focused in rural New York State, self-proclaimed witness told stories of their encounters with a creature of unknown origin. Emotions ranged from extremely traumatic levels of fright and discomfort to an almost childlike sense of playfulness and curiosity. While their published versions are no longer on record, the memories remain powerful. Several of the involved parties began looking for answers that year. In early 2006, the collaboration had accumulated nearly 24 documents dating between the 12th century and the present day, spanning 4 continents. In almost all cases, the stories were identical. I've been in contact with a member of this group and was able to get some experts from their upcoming book. From their upcoming book. Alright, The Rake, here we go. This is a suicide note from 1964. As I prepare to take my life, I feel it necessary to assuage any guilt or pain I have introduced through this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him. For once, I awoke and I felt his presence, and once I awoke and saw his form. Once again, I awoke and heard his voice, and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I cannot ever wake. Goodbye. Found in the same wooden box were 2 empty envelopes addressed to William and Rose, and 1 loose personal letter with no envelope. Dearest Linny, I have prayed for you. He spoke your name. So that was a suicide note from 1964. The next one is a journal entry translated from Spanish from 1880. So this thing is spanning back the years. It said from multiple centuries, but yes. I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. It is written twice. It is written 3 times. I have experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I close mine, They're hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand. I will not sleep. His voice. And then the rest of the text is unintelligible. After that is a mariner's log from 1691. Alright. And the picture is here. Actually, can I, like, Let me save this image for you, and then I'll pop it up on screen so you can see it. You've probably already seen this image. This is the classic... where the hell... Here it is. This is the classic, creepypasta image of the Rake. There you go. This is him. We'll just tuck him in the corner a little bit while we continue, yeah? He came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed, I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must return to England. We shall not return here again at the request of the Rake. And that's it. That's the mariner's log. So they just, like, came... They just, like, came to a new continent, and then this guy was like, fuck off, and then they left. Fair enough. If you saw this guy, if you saw this fucking thing, and he's like, dude, fuck off, go home. Yeah. Yeah. How long is this one? This is a 4-minute creepypasta. I didn't realize it took that. Alright. From a witness in 2006. 3 years ago, I had just returned from a trip from Niagara Falls with my family for the 4th of July. We were all very exhausted after a long day of driving, so my husband and I put the kids right to bed and called it a night. It's about 4 a.m. I woke up thinking my husband had gotten up to use the restroom. I used the moment to steal back the sheets, only to wake him in the process. I apologized and told him I thought he got out of bed, and when he turned to face me, he gasped and pulled his feet up from the end of the bed so quickly his knee almost knocked me out of the bed. I've read the... why do I feel like I read the term "the bed" too many times? He then grabbed me and said nothing. I don't know if I can play this one. This is... We'll jump back. So I don't know if I can play that next one on the playlist, because it's from a movie. Adjusting to the dark for a half second, I was able to see what caused the strange reaction. At the foot of the bed, sitting and facing away from us, there was what appeared to be a naked man or a large hairless dog of some sort. Those are two very different things. Its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something. For some reason, I was not instantly frightened by it, but more concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and knee tucked into the fetal position, occasionally glancing at me before returning to the creature. In a flurry of motion, the creature scrambled around to the side of the bed and then crawled quickly in a flailing sort of motion right along the bed until it was less than a foot from my husband's face. Hold on. Okay. He's a foot from your face now. The creature was completely silent for about 30 seconds. Or probably closer to 5. It just seemed like a while. Why is that written? Why? So clarifying. We're retelling the story. The creature was completely silent for about 30 seconds. Or probably closer to 5. It just seemed like a while. Just looking at my husband. The creature then placed its hand on his knee and ran into the hallway leading to the kids' room. I screamed and ran for the light switch, planning to stop him before he hurt my children, but when I got to the hallway, the light from the bedroom was enough to see it crouching and hunched over about 20 feet away. He turned around and looked directly at me, covered in blood. I flipped the switch on the wall and saw my daughter, Clara. The creature ran down the stairs while my husband and I rushed to help our daughter. She was very badly injured and spoke only one more in her short life. She said, "He is the Rake." My husband drove his car into a lake that night. I shouldn't be laughing. I should not be laughing at that. Was it on purpose? Was it accidental? It was probably on purpose, because this thing, like, strikes terror into people, right? My husband drove his car into a lake that night while rushing our daughter to the hospital. He did not survive. No shit. Sorry, I'll continue. Take a breath. Being a small town, news got around pretty quickly. The police were helpful at first, and the local newspaper took a lot of interest as well. However, the story was never published, and the local television never followed up either. For several months, my son Justin and I stayed in a hotel near my parents' house. After we decided to return home, I began looking for answers myself. I eventually located a man in the next town over who had a similar story. We got into contact and began talking about our experiences. He knew of 2 other people in New York who had seen the creature we now referred to as the Rake. It took the 4 of us about 2 solid years of hunting on the internet and writing letters to come up with a small collection of what we believed to be accounts of the Rake. None of them gave any details, history, or follow-up. One journal had an entry involving the creature in its first 3 pages and never mentioned it again. A ship's log explained nothing of the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the Rake. That was the last entry in the log. There were, however, many instances where the creature's visit was one of a series of visits with the same person. Multiple people also mentioned being spoken to, my daughter included. This led us to wonder if the Rake had visited any of us before our last encounter. I set up a digital recorder near my bed and left it running all night. Every night, for 2 weeks. I would tediously scan through the sounds of me rolling around in my bed each day when I woke up. By the end of the 2nd week, I was quite used to the occasional sound of sleep while blurring through the recording at 8 times the normal speed. This still almost took an hour every day. On the first day of the 3rd week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice. It was the Rake. I can't listen to it long enough to even begin to transcribe it. I haven't let anyone listen to it yet. All I know is that I've heard it before, and I now believe that it spoke when it was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time, but for some reason the voice on the recorder immediately brings me back to that moment. The thoughts that must have gone through my daughter's head make me very upset. I've not seen the Rake since he ruined my life, but I know that he's been in my room while I slept. I know in fear that one night I'll wake up to see him staring at me. Credit Brian Somerville. So, that's not bad. I'm gonna get his ugly mug off the screen now. Or actually, I'll at least shrink him until I'm done talking to him. So he's not just in your face. That one also wasn't that bad. I don't see him as very threatening, to be honest. Okay, I guess it killed their daughter. Well, he didn't kill their daughter. He scratched her up, and then the husband drove into a lake with her. You don't really know what this thing wants. It's just a creature, right? It's just a creature. It's just like a monster. And the way it's written, fair enough, it's fine. It's a monster that, like, spans over the centuries. There's so many, like, accounts of this thing. This was in 2006, 1691, 1880, 1964. This thing has existed forever. Supposedly. Pretty good. Not bad. So far, we're 2 for 2. We haven't read anything abhorrently awful. I like Slenderman better. Just because I think it handles the subtlety a bit better, but this one was still pretty good. And I did like it. So, that was the Rake. I'm gonna get him off the screen now. And, the music feels like it's loud. I don't even have my headphones on and I can hear it. I hope you guys can hear me just fine, but I was told it's perfect. I'll believe it's perfect. What next? There's a famous creepypasta list here. 1999, I remember being alright. How long of a read is that? 33 minutes, so that will be a long one. I want to get one more, like, short one in before we do a longer one. Oh, should we do Ben Drowned? No, that's a 40-minute read. We'll save that one for now. Candle Cove. Let's do Candle Cove. I like Candle Cove. I can't play this one. This is from a movie. Let's swap forward so we're not listening to the same 3 ones over and over again. By the way, shoutouts to Mew, M-Y-U-U. He is the composer of all the classic Creepypasta songs that we all know and love, that we've heard every time we've listened to Mr. Creepypasta read them, every time we've listened to... you know, the reason why these Creepypasta songs are so prevalent is because of the Mew. He is the guy who made him. He's not the Mew, he's just Mew, M-Y-U-U. He makes some really good music, and he's working on a game, or he's been doing music for a game or something like that recently. Post-Trauma, yes. I don't know if he only did the music for it or if he worked on it, but there is a game that he's involved with called Post-Trauma. It's a Silent Hill, Resident Evil, you know, isometric camera, as far as I know, type of game. So definitely check that out, I would say. It's definitely worth the reading, or the supporting the guy. It looks really cool. I haven't played it yet, but it's on my wish list. So yeah, check out Post Trauma. All right, Candle Cove. Now I remember liking this one a lot. I remember Candle Cove being an absolute classic, like hardcore. I'm gonna text someone real quick. Okay. Candle Cove, estimated 8 minutes. After this one, we'll do a longer one. We're gonna get into it, and I'm gonna order a sandwich. Don't worry, I won't eat it. Well, we're gonna take a break after reading the long one for me to eat my sandwich. But for now, we are gonna read Candle Cove. So there's a little flavor text here. I don't know if this is part of the story, because there's like a flavor text, an overview, and then the story. But we're gonna do the little pre-overview flavor text and then read the story. So, all right. It comes most often at night. That niggling memory gnawing in some corner of your mind like a rodent chewing the corners of the drywall. The memory of some brightly lit cartoon funland or a world of puppets. A memory of a TV show you would watch, seated cross-legged on the living room floor with fixed enthusiastic attention only a child can give. Attention that you wish now you perhaps hadn't given so freely. For there is something about that show, something about the discordant music, the details of the characters, their motivations, storylines, the fixed maniacal grins that seem, looking back, to be altogether too sinister to be a children's show. Courage Cowardly Dog. You try to block the memory out, and yet, there in the back of your mind, most often at night, the puppet's fixed grin keeps on smiling. Alright. So, is this Minecraft music? Hold on. My headphones are off, but I have them, like, active, so I can faintly hear what's playing to make sure it doesn't, like, stop on me. And it sounded like Minecraft music for a second there. Okay, so this story is written as, posts on a forum. This is written as posts on the forum. So, there's a bunch of different characters here. I'll read their username in the subject and the post, so we'll just follow along as it goes. I'll read everything, pretty much, so, alright. Skyshale33, subject, Candle Cove local kid show? Does anyone remember this kid show? It was called Candle Cove, and I must have been 6 or 7. I never found reference to it anywhere, so I think it was on a local station around 1971 or 1972. I live in Ironton at the time. I don't remember which station, but I do remember it was on a weird time, like 4 p.m. Mike Painter 65. It seems really familiar to me. I grew up outside ashamed. I grew up outside of Ashland and was 9 years old in 72. Candle Cove, was it about pirates? I remember a pirate marionette at the mouth of the cave talking to a little girl. Skyshell 33. Yes, okay, I'm not crazy. I remember Pirate Percy. I was always kind of scared of him. He looked like he was built from parts of other dolls, real low budget. His head was an old porcelain baby doll, looked like an antique that didn't belong on the body. I don't remember what station this was. I don't think it was WTSF though. Jaren, 2005. Sorry to resurrect this old thread, but I know exactly what show you mean, Skyshell. I think Candle Cove ran for only a couple of months in 71, not 72. I was 12 and I watched it a few times with my brother. It was channel 58, whatever station that was. My mom would let me switch to it after the news. Let me see what I remember. It took place in Candle Cove. It was about a little girl who imagined herself to be friends with pirates. The pirate ship was called the Laughingstock, and Pirate Percy wasn't a very good pirate because he got scared too easily. And there was a Calliope music constantly playing. Don't remember the girl's name, Janice or Jade or something. I think it was Janice. Skyshield 33. Thank you, Jaren. Memories flooded back when you mentioned the Laughingstock in Channel 58. I remember the bow of the ship was a wooden, smiling face with the lower jaw submerged. It looked like it was swallowing the sea, and it had this awful Ed Wynn voice and laugh. Hey, Jesus! Hi, Smitten! My cat just jump scared the shit out of me. He literally just jumped up on the arm of the couch and went, like right next to my ear. Thanks. Music? Can I hear the music? Yeah, it's going. Alright. Where was I? I especially remember how jarring it was when they switched from the wooden to the plastic model. Oh, the wooden plastic model to the foam puppet version of the head that talked. I ad-libbed a little too much there, apologies. Mike Painter 65. I remember that now too. Do you remember this part, Skyshale? You have to go inside. Skyshale 33. Ugh, Mike, I got a chill reading that. Yes, I remember. That's what the ship always told Percy when there was a spooky place he had to go in, like a cave or a dark room where the treasure was. And the camera would push in on the Laughingstock's face with each pause. You have to go inside. With his two eyes askew and that flopping foam jaw and the fishing line that opened and closed it. Ugh. It just looked so cheap and awful. You guys remember the villain? He had a face that was just a handlebar mustache above really tall, narrow teeth. Kevin Hart. That's the name of the next guy. I honestly thought the villain was Pirate Percy. Didn't I already use that voice or something? Well, whatever. I was about 5 when the show was on. Nightmare Fuel. Jaren 2005. I wasn't the villain. The puppet with the mustache. He was the villain's sidekick, Horace Horrible. He had a monocle too, but it was on top of his mustache. I used to think that meant he had only one eye. But yeah, the villain was another marionette, the Skin Taker. I can't believe what they let us watch back then. Kevin Hart. Jesus H. Christ, the Skin Taker. What kind of kids show were we watching? I seriously could not look at the screen when the Skin Taker showed up. He just descended out of nowhere on his strings, just dirty skeleton wearing that brown top hat and cape. And his glass eyes that were too big for his skull. Christ almighty. Skyshell 33. Wasn't his top hat and cloak all sewn up crazily? Was that supposed to be a children's skin? Mike Painter 65. Yeah, I think so. Remember his mouth didn't open and close. His jaw just slid back and forth. I remember the little girl said, "Why does your mouth move like that?" And the Skin Taker didn't look at the girl but at the camera and said to grind your skin. Skyshale. I'm so relieved that other people remember this terrible show. I used to have this awful memory, a bad dream I had where the opening jingle ended, the show faded in from black. and all the characters were there. But the camera was just cutting to each of their faces, and they were just screaming. And the puppets and marionettes were flailing spastically and just all screaming. The girl was just moaning and crying like she'd been through hours of this. I woke up many times from that nightmare. I used to wet the bed when I had it. Kevin Hart. I don't think that was a dream. I remember that. I remember that was an episode. Sky Shell. No, not possible. There was no plot or anything. I mean, it literally just standing in place, crying and screaming for the whole show. Kevin Hart. Maybe I'm manufacturing the memory because you said that, but I swear to God I remember seeing what you described. They just screamed. Jaren, 2005. Oh God, yes. The little girl, Janice. I remember seeing her shake and the skin taker screaming through his gnashing teeth. His jaw careening so wildly I thought it would come off of its hinges. I turned it off, and it was the last time I watched. I ran to tell my brother we didn't have... and we didn't have the courage to turn it back on. Mike Painter. I visited my mom today at the nursing home. I asked her when I was little in the early 70s, when I was 8 or 9, and if she remembered a kid's show called Candle Cove. She said she was surprised I could remember that and asked why, and she said, because I used to think it was so strange that you said, I'm gonna go watch Candle Cove now, Mom. And then you would turn the TV to static and just juts. There's a little typo there. And just watch dead air for 30 minutes. You had a big imagination with your little pirate show. And that is the end of Candle Cove. Credit Chris Straub. I hope I pronounced that right. I love this story. I think it's so good. It doesn't overstep its boundary. It's just it's just them remembering a show, and then remembering that there was something wrong with it, and then the reveal at the end that they were just watching static the whole time, like this shared hallucination of this cursed show. Oh my God, it's so good. We're reading bangers. Some of these age really well. The Rake is a little shaky, but it's still good. But this one is still a banger. So far we're 3 for 3. I was expecting a lot dumber creepypastas. I was expecting a lot dumber so far, but we have not hit bad territory yet. We will. Oh, trust me, we will. We got a little story about Squidward coming up at some point, and the famous Jeff the Killer. That's gonna be so fucking funny to read. Dead Bart. Yeah, there's some on here that we're gonna laugh at real bad. How long is Gateway to Mind? I want to do a longer one, 2 minutes. We can read that one later. So we did 3 shorter ones. He Comes Zalgo. Candlejack. I don't know who that is. That's less than a minute read. Hero Brian is a short one. I don't know what Held is. Hoodie. Ikbar. Jeff the Killer reboot. We don't want the reboot. We want the original. Jeff the Killer Scars of Corruption. What the fuck is this? This is an 86-minute sequel to Jeff the Killer reboot. What in the okay, we're not going to do that. We're just going to do the regular Jeff the Killer, but maybe some other creepypasta reading we do that. I do want to read Laughing Jack. I remember knowing of him, but never reading the story. And then Licking was pretty good. Lavender Town Syndrome. We got a lot of classics on here. But we're going to do a longer one. Because we did a bunch of short ones. We're going to do a bit of a longer one. And we're going to... It's... 47 minutes is a long time. I don't want to just do short ones, and I don't want to leave out the longer ones. We can read this one for 47 minutes, but here's what I'm going to do. We're going to put on... Or, Hold on just a moment. we're gonna swap from Mew to this, if it sounds good. Oh, I forgot how, like, spooky this shit is. Ugh. Oh, I fucking love Majora's Mask. And the reason why we're putting on this music is because the story now is going to be Ben Drowned. I wonder if I can get a spooky thing going on here. Ben Drowned visual novel, excuse me. Oh god, why did I look this up? Okay, Jaducible. This is a official... Is my computer getting cursed for real? Why did my screen just go black? So this creepypasta comes with videos. That documents everything that he describes. That's one of the things that made this creepypasta really good, was that it came with videos that followed this creepypasta. So I'm gonna show you these videos as we go. This one is called Day 4, which I think is part of the story. I will put the visual on when I will put the visual on when we get to what he's describing. Or if a link of it appears... Haha, link, Ben Drowned, Majora's Mask. When a link of it appears in the story, which I don't know if it will. But we do have videos here to follow this story. We're going to read through this. It's an estimated 41-minute read, so strap on in. And I will give my commentary and talk about it as well as we go. And... God, this song is so good. I gotta play Majora's Mask again. I haven't played it in a while. But yes, we will read this. Is the music too loud? I know this is like a different thing. The music is kind of loud, but I'll turn that down a little. To like there. Just to give my voice more prominence, especially if I get like a bit quieter. And I have... There's a playlist here of Ben Drowned. There's 17 videos in this. We're going to watch them as they come up and as he describes them. Now, here we go. Ben Drowned. I'm kind of hyped for this. Not going to lie. Kind of very, very hyped for this. Because I remember this one being good. So, we'll see if it still holds up. Anyways, let's dive into Ben Drowned. Alright. Ben Drowned. Oh, wait. What's the flavor text for this one? Should I read the flavor text, or would that add too much? Like, be too, like, not necessarily... Whatever. Alright. We'll just jump right into the story. Because the flavor text is, like, a lot. For some reason, for this one. Alright. Ben Drowned! Here we go. Ben Drowned, Part 1, Day 4. Okay, X. I need your help with this. This is not a copy pasta, this is a long read, but I feel like my safety or well-being could very well depend on this. This is video game related, specifically Majora's Mask, and this is the creepiest shit that has ever happened to me in my entire life. Having said that, I recently moved into my dorm room starting as a sophomore in college, and a friend of mine gave me his old Nintendo 64 to play. I was stoked, to say the least. I could finally play all those old games of my youth that I hadn't touched in at least a decade. His Nintendo 64 came with one yellow controller. I had that, and it was sick. Yellow controller and a rather shoddy copy of Super Smash Bros. And while beggars can't be choosers, needless to say, it didn't take long until I became bored of beating up level 9 CPUs. That weekend, I decided to drive around a few neighborhoods, about 20 minutes or so off campus, hitting up the local garage sales, hoping to score on some good deals from ignorant parents. I ended up picking up a copy of Pokemon Stadium, GoldenEye, fuck yeah, F-Zero, and 2 other controllers for $2. All of that for $2? Yeah, fucking right, okay. Satisfied, I began to drive out of the neighborhood when one last house caught my attention. I still have no idea why it did. There were no cars there, only one table was set up with random junk on it, but something sort of drew me there. I usually trust my gut on these things, so I got out of the car and was greeted by an old man. His outward appearance was, for lack of a better word, displeasing. It was odd, if you ask me, to tell you why I thought he was displeasing. I couldn't really pinpoint anything. There was just something about him that put me on edge. I can't explain it. All I can tell you is that if it wasn't in the middle of the afternoon and there were other people within shouting distance, I would not have even thought about approaching this man. He flashed a crooked smile at me and asked what I was looking for. Immediately, I noticed that he must be blind in one of his eyes. His right eye had that glazed over look about it, so I forced myself to look at his left eye instead, trying not to offend. And I asked him if he had any old video games. I was already wondering how I could politely excuse myself from the situation when he would tell me he had no idea what a video game was. But to my surprise, he said he had a few ones in an old box. He assured me that he'd be back in a jiffy and turned to head back into his garage. As I watched him hobble away, I couldn't help but notice what he was selling on the table. Littered across his table were rather peculiar paintings, various artworks that looked like ink blots that the psychiatrist might show you. Curious, I looked through them. It was obvious why no one was visiting this guy's garage sales. These weren't exactly aesthetically pleasing. As I came to the last one, for some reason it looked almost like Majora's Mask. He's seeing Majora's Mask in ink blots. Alright, it's too early. The same heart-shaped body with little spikes protruding outward. Initially, I just thought that since I was secretly hoping to find that game at these garage sales, some Freudian bullshit was projecting itself into the ink blots, but given the events that happened afterwards, I'm not so sure now. I should have asked the man about it. I wish I would have asked the man about it. Give me a quick second. Yeah, my voice is fine, okay. Cool. Alright, because Encana Valley is so loud for some reason. Do I have this set on loop? Oh, it's a 10-hour mix. I should check the comments in case there's a jump scare or something weird at anything. No, this is perfect to pull an all-nighter for doing homework. Eerie ambient keeps me alert and concentrated. Not like those stupid lo-fi radios that make me want to smoke weed. Alright, buddy. Right. Okay, back to the story. After staring at the Majora-shaped blot, I looked up, and the old man was suddenly there again. Arm's length from me, smiling at me. I'll admit, I jumped out of reflex, and I laughed nervously as he handed me the Nintendo 64 cartridge. It was the standard gray color, except someone had written Majora on it in black permanent marker. I got butterflies in my stomach as I realized what a coincidence this was, and asked him how much he wanted for it. The old man smiled at me and told me that I could have it for free. That it used to belong to a kid who was about my age that didn't live here anymore. There was something weird about how the man phrased that, but I didn't really pay any attention to it then. I was too caught up in not only finding this game, but getting it for free. I reminded myself to be a bit skeptical since this looked like a pretty shitty cartridge and there's no guarantee it would work. But then the optimist inside of me interjected that maybe it was some kind of beta version or a pirated version of the game, and that was all I needed to be back on Cloud 9. I thanked the man, and the man smiled at me and wished me well, saying, "Goodbye, then." At least that's what it sounded like to me. All the way in the car ride home, I had this nagging about that the man had said something else. Why? My fears were confirmed when I booted up the game. To my surprise, it worked just fine. And there was one save file simply named Ben. "Goodbye, Ben," he was saying. "Goodbye, Ben." I felt bad for the man. Obviously, a grandparent who'd gone senile, and I, for some reason or another, reminded him of his grandson, Ben. Out of curiosity, I looked at the save file, eyeballing it. I could tell he was pretty far in the game. He had almost all the masks and 3/4 remaining of the bosses. I noticed that he had used an owl statue to save the game. That's the only... I mean, other than resetting... Yeah, okay. He was on day 3, and by the Stone Tower Temple, with hardly an hour left before the moon would crash. I remember thinking that it was a shame that he had to come so close to beating the game but never finished it. I made a new file named Link out of tradition and started the game, ready to relive my childhood. For such a shady-looking game cartridge, I was impressed by how smoothly it ran. It literally ran like a retail copy of the game, save for a few minor hiccups here and there, like textures being where they shouldn't be, random flashes of cutscenes at odd intervals, but nothing too bad. However, the only thing that was a little unnerving was at times the NPCs would call me Link, and at other times they would call me Ben. I figured it was just a bug, a fluke in the programming causing our files to get mixed together or something. It did kind of creep me out, though, after a while. It was around after I had beaten the Woodfall Temple that I regrettably went into the save files and deleted Ben. I had intended to preserve the file out of respect of the game's original owner. It's not like I needed 2 files anyway. But I was hoping that that would solve the problem. It didn't. It did, and it didn't. Now NPCs won't call me anything. Where my name should be in the dialogue, there was just a blank space. My save file name was still called Link, though. Frustrated and with homework to do, I put the game down for a day. I just need to check something. Alright, not yet. Alright. I started playing the game again last night. Wait, let me just check one more thing. This might be where I have to put the video up, I'm just making sure. I started playing the game again last night, getting the Lens of Truth and working my way towards completing the Snowhead Temple. Now, some of you more hardcore Majora's Mask players know about the 4th day glitch. For those who don't, you can Google it, but the gist of it is that right as the clock is about to hit 000000 on the final day, you talk to the astronomer and look through the telescope. If you time it just right, the countdown disappears, and you essentially have another day to finish whatever you were doing. I decided to do the glitch to try and finish the Snowhead Temple. I happened to get it right on the first try, and the time counter at the bottom disappeared. However, when I pressed B to exit the telescope, instead of being greeted by the astronomer, I found myself in the Majora's boss fight room at the end of the game. The trippy boxed-in arena, staring at Skull Kid hovering above me. There's no sound, just him floating in the air above me, and the background music, which was regular for the area, but still creepy. I read that horribly wrong. Hold on, let me get that out. There was no sound, just him floating in the air above me, and the background music, which was regular for the area, but still creepy. Immediately, my palms began to sweat. This was definitely not normal. Oh, this was not normal. Being called Ben by accident was excusable, but doing a glitch and then ending in a glitched area. Too early, it's too early. Skull Kid never appeared here. I tried moving around the arena, and no matter where I went, Skull Kid would always be facing me, looking at me, not saying anything. Nothing would happen, though. And this kept up for around 60 seconds. I thought the game had... say a minute. I thought the game had bugged or something, but I was beginning to doubt that very much. Is this... I should be showing this, I think. Now, maybe. I'm worried about when it's too early or not. I was about to reach for the reset button when text appeared on my screen. We're not sure why, but you apparently had a reservation. I instantly recognized that text. You get that message when you get the room key from Anju at the Stockpot Inn, but why was it playing here? I refuse to entertain the notion that it was almost as if the game was trying to communicate with me. I started navigating the room again, testing to see... sorry, my eyes flashed somewhere else for a second. I started to navigate the room again, testing to see if there was some sort of trigger that enabled me to interact with something here. Then I realized just how stupid I was. To even think that someone could reprogram the game like this was absurd. Play some ROM hacks, buddy. Sure enough, 15 seconds later, another message appeared on the screen, and again, like the first one, it was already a pre-existing phrase. Go to the lair of the temple's boss? Yes? No? I paused for a second, contemplating what I should press and how the game would react. When I realized that I couldn't select no, taking a deep breath, I pressed yes and the screen faded to white with the words Dawn of a New Day with the subtext dash 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 beneath it. Where I was ported to filled me with the most intense sense of dread and impending fear I have ever experienced. Okay, I think this is the video now. So I'm gonna plop this on screen for a moment. Boom. Alright, here it is. This is the video. It's making noise, I think. I'm gonna turn that off. Alright, so this is the video. We're gonna run this while we read the next part. Alright. The only way I can describe the way I felt here is having this feeling of inexplicable depression on a profound scale. I'm normally not a depressed person, but the way I felt here was a feeling that I didn't even know existed. It was such a twisted, powerful presence that seemed to wash over me. I appeared in some kind of weird Twilight Zone version of Clocktown. I walked out of the clock tower, as normally you do when you start from day one, only to find that all of the inhabitants were gone. Usually with the fourth day glitch, you can still find the guards and the dog that run around outside the tower, but this time they were all gone. What replaced them was an ominous feeling that there was something out there. In the same area as me, and that it was watching me. I had 4 hearts to my name and the hero's bow, but at this point I wasn't even considered for my avatar. I felt that I was personally in some kind of danger. Perhaps the most chilling thing was the music. It was a song of healing ripped straight from the game itself, but it played in reverse. The music would get louder, building up so as if you should expect something to pop out at you, but it never did. And the constant loop began to wear on my mental state. You are freaking out way too much over this guy. Every now and then I would hear the faint laugh of the happy mask salesman in the background. Just quite enough so I wasn't sure if I was hearing things, but just loud enough to keep me determined to find him. I looked in all 4 zones of Clocktown only to find nothing, no one. Textures were missing. West Clocktown had me walking on air. Oh, wait. West Clocktown had him walking on air. I'll just reset that real quick. Where was I? I shouldn't have broken out like that. Textures were missing, and West Clocktown had me walking on air. The entire area felt broken, hopelessly broken. And as the reverse song of healing repeated for what must have been the 50th time, I just remember standing in the middle of South Clocktown, realizing that I've never felt so alone in a video game before. As I walked through the ghost town, I don't know whether it was the combination of the out-of-place textures and the atmosphere and the haunting melody of the once peaceful and soothing song being butchered and distorted, but I was literally on the verge of tears, and I had no idea why. I hardly ever cry. Something had gripped me here, and this powerful sense of depression was both foreign and crippling. Dude is crashing out over a glitched video game right now. I tried leaving Clocktown, but every time I attempted to zone out, the screen would fade to black, and I would just zone into another part of Clocktown. I tried playing my Ocarina. I wanted to escape, and I did not want to be here. Turn the game off! But every time I played the Song of Time or Song of Soaring, it would only say, your notes echo far, but nothing happens. By this point, it was obvious the game didn't want me to leave.
Turn it off!
But I had no idea why it was keeping me here. I didn't want to go inside the buildings. I felt that I would be too vulnerable there to whatever I was terrified of. I don't know why, but I came up with the idea that maybe if I drowned myself at the laundry pool, I could spawn somewhere else and leave this place. You can't drown. You can't drown in this game. As I zoned in and ran towards the pool, that's when it happened. Link grabbed his head. I'm sorry, my eyes are flashing all over the place. Link grabbed his head, and the screen flashed for a brief moment of the happy mask salesman smiling at me. Not Link. Me. With Skull Kid's scream playing in the background. And when the screen returned, I was staring at the Link statue from playing the song Elegy of Emptiness. I screamed as the thing just stared back at me with a haunting facial expression. That's the, for reference, that's this thing. That statue that's following him, that's the Elegy of Emptiness statue. This thing. I think this might not be the video. I should be showing. I don't think he was recording yet in the story, but it's background footage. I screamed as the thing just stared back at me with that haunting facial expression. I turned around and ran out the back into South Clocktown, and to my horror, the fucking statue followed me. And the only way I can compare this was like a Weeping Angels from Doctor Who. Every so often, at random intervals, the animation would play of the statue appearing behind me. It was like the thing was chasing me, or, I don't even want to fucking say it, but haunting me. By this point, I was on the verge of hysterics.
Turn the game off!
Sorry. But not even once did the thought of turning off the console occur to me. Ah! I don't know why. I was so wrapped up in it. The terror felt also real. Listen, I get fear shock. Like, I understand that's a thing that people have. The button is right in front of you. Just a little boop, and then it's done. I don't know how you could not consider this. So, see, some cracks are starting to show a little. This is kind of like the old Creepypasta Lost Episode writing style, where it's like, oh, I'm so scared, and all this weird shit happened, and I felt like it was real, and I couldn't turn away, and I couldn't turn it off, and I couldn't, and it's like, yeah, you could. You know, like, one of the things that always bothered me about stories like this is the amount of terror that someone feels from art, because it gets worse, right? It's a horror story, of course it gets worse, but this arguably mundane shit being like, oh my god, my heart was gonna explode, I felt so much terror in my veins, it's too much for what's being described, if you ask me. Yeah, being chased by that fucking statue would be scary as hell, but it's on a screen, you know? And obviously there's some sort of supernatural force here. He felt weirdly depressed or whatever, but I don't know. It always feels like much to me when it's like, oh my god, I felt like this was real, and it's like, there's no indicator that could give you that illusion. Now, if something happened in real life that he didn't know if it was real or not, like, oh, I thought I saw it out of the corner of my eye standing in the doorway, but it wasn't there when I blinked or whatever the fuck, then maybe, because now it's starting to, like, fuck with your physicality, but as long as it's in a game, it's kind of a leap to be like, this is real now, you know? I get immersion, I get immersed in games too, but it like, I don't think it ever gets this deep, you know what I mean? I tried to shake the statue, but it would literally appear right behind me every single time. Link started to begin to make weird animations I've never seen him do before. He would flail his arms around or spasm randomly, and the screen would cut to the happy mask salesman smiling again for a brief moment before I was face to face with that fucking statue again. I ended up running into the Sword Master's dojo and ran back. Oh, I should restart the video, because it's kind of jumping around. He's describing more things than are happening in the video, but yeah, this is the Grandmaster's dojo right here. And I ran to the back. I don't know why, but in my panic, I just wanted some kind of assurance that I'm not alone here. And to my dismay, I found no one, but as I turned to leave, the statue cornered me in the cubby in the back. I tried attacking the statue with my sword, but to no avail. Confused and backed into a corner, I just stared at the statue, waiting for it to kill me. I don't know why you would assume it would kill you. Suddenly, the screen flashed again to the happy masked salesman, and Link turned to face my screen. Standing upright, mirroring the statue, looking at me along with his copy, literally staring at me. Whatever was left of the fourth wall was completely shattered while I ran out of the dojo terrified. Suddenly, the game warped me to an underground tunnel, and the reverse song of healing queued up again, and I was given a brief moment of rest before the statue started appearing behind me again. This time aggressively. I could only take a few steps back before it would summon behind me again. I hurriedly made my way out of the tunnel and appeared in southern Clocktown. As I ran aimlessly in sheer panic, suddenly a Redead screamed and the screen faded to black as Dawn of a New Day and dash appeared again. I'm reading faster than the video can keep up with me. It's really cool that there are videos attached to this, though. The story isn't hooking me yet. I remember this one being really good, but it's not hooking me yet like it did last time. But one of the huge advantages that this creepypasta had was that there were videos applied to it. The screen faded in, and I was standing on top of the clock tower with Skull Kid hovering over me again, silent. I looked up and the moon was back, looming just meters above my head, but the Skull Kid just stared at me hauntingly with the fucking mask. A new song was playing. The Stone Tower Temple theme played in reverse. In some sort of desperate attempt, I equipped my bow and fired off a shot at the Skull Kid, and it actually hit him, and he played an animation of him reeling back. I fired again, and on the third arrow, a text box appeared saying, "That won't do you any good." And I was picked up off the ground, levitated upwards on my back, and then Link screamed as he burst into flames, instantly killing him. I jumped when this happened. I have never seen this move used by anyone in this game, and Skull Kid himself didn't have any moves. As the death screen played, my lifeless body was still burning. The Skull Kid laughed, and the screen faded to black, only to have me reappear in the same place. I decided to charge him, but the same thing happened. Link's body was lifted off the ground by some unknown force, and he immediately burst into flames again, killing him. This time during the death screen, the faint sound of the reverse song of healing could be heard. On my third and final try, I noticed that there was no music playing this time, and all there was eerie silence. I remembered that in the original encounter with Skull Kid, you were supposed to use the ocarina to either travel back in time or summon the giants, so I attempted to play the Song of Time, but before I could hit the last note, Link's body once again horrifically exploded into flames, and he died. As the death screen neared its end, I began to chug. As if the cartridge was trying to process a lot of something. Oh, the cartridge chug. Oh. When the screen came to, it was the same scene as the first 3 times, except this time Link was lying on the ground dead in a position I had never seen in the game before. His head tilted towards the camera, with Skull Kid floating above him. I couldn't move, I couldn't press any buttons, all I could do was stare at Link's dead body, and after around 30 seconds of this, the game simply fades out with the message, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" Before kicking you out to the title screen. Upon getting back to the title screen and starting again, I noticed my save file was no longer there. Instead of Link, it was replaced with "Your turn, your turn." Oh, sorry, 2 separate sentences. Your turn had 3 hearts, 0 masks, and no items. I selected your turn, and immediately when I did, I was returned to the clock tower rooftop scene of my Link dead and the Skull Kid hovering over, with the Skull Kids laughing, looping again and again. I quickly hit the reset button, and when the game booted up again, there was one more save file added below your turn, entitled Ben. Ben's save file is right back where it was before I deleted it. At the Stone Tower Temple with the moon almost crashing. I turned the game off at this point. I'm not superstitious, but this is way too fucked up, even for me. I haven't played it at all today. Hell, I didn't even get any sleep last night. I kept hearing the reverse song of healing music in my head and just remembering the sense of dread I felt exploring Clocktown. I drove back to the old man's house today and to ask him some questions with a buddy of mine. No way I'm going there alone. Only to find that there was a for sale sign in the front yard. And when I rang the doorbell, no one was home. So now I'm back here, writing down the rest of my thoughts and recording what happened. Sorry if some of this has grammatical errors and whatnot. Good excuse. I'm running on no sleep here. I'm terrified of this game, even more so now that I've relived it a second time writing it all down. But I feel like there's still more to it than meets the eye, and that there's something calling to me to investigate this further. I think Ben is something in this equation, but I don't know what. And if I could get a hold of the old man, then I would be able to find some answers. I needed another day or so to recuperate before tackling this game again. It's already taken a toll on my sanity, I feel like, but next time I do this, okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but who says that? It's already taken a toll on my sanity. You a Darkest Dungeon character? What? You're a college student, calm down. Next time I do this, I'm going to be recording my footage all the way through. The idea to record only came to me towards the end, so you see the last few minutes of what I was talking about, including Skull Kid and the Elegy statue. But it's on YouTube here. Yes, it is. It is here on YouTube under the username Jadusable, Jadusable. Please watch these. These are actually really, really well done. Everything described here is in video form. Oh, and they do have the link to the video at the bottom, so I know what video to be playing as I'm reading. Alright, that's sick. That is really awesome. Let me just, get this next one all queued up for you while we read the next part, because I'm gonna have the videos running, for each part that it is relevant to as I read. So you get the whole shebang. I'm gonna stay in this thread for a little while longer before I fall asleep to answer any questions you guys might have, or hopefully listen to your ideas or theories to help me shed some light into this, or maybe things I should try to do. I think I'm gonna play Ben's file tomorrow and see what happens. Maybe I was supposed to do that all along. I don't believe in paranormal shit, then why were you so scared? But this is a little fucked up. But maybe this Ben guy is just a really good hacker or programmer. I don't want to think about the alternatives if he isn't. That's the end of this copy-paste. I'm hoping that maybe this is some kind of running gag the developers had, and that other people have gotten gag or hacked copies of the game like this. This just really scares me. I don't know why. Again, I don't understand why this would be so immediate. He said at one point, at the beginning, I feel like my life is in danger. He said, right? I don't see how this is so... Like, why... I feel like it's an overreaction. Alright, we're gonna prop up the next one now. I got it right here. We're gonna let this run. This is ben.wav for part 2 of Ben Drowned. So far, I'm gonna yap between parts. So I guess I'll pause the video for a second while I yap. So far, the writing is pretty alright. It always bothers me. I've said this already, I'll say it again. It always bothers me when main characters are like, oh my god, this feels real. I'm so terrified. I'm so scared. This is the scariest thing in my entire life, and I am horrified when nothing happens. Like, you saw what happened. A statue followed him. Some spooky things happened. It was scary. But it's in a video game. It's on a screen. He could have turned the console off, but he was too wrapped in the throes of fear to it just doesn't make sense to me. That being said, it's fine so far. It's not an awful story. It's not egregious. I remember the whole story being amazing. I remember some people saying it doesn't hold up. I remember some people saying it does hold up, but we're gonna find out, and we're gonna keep going, right? So let me reset this for you. And Ben Drowned Part 2. Part 2, which is called Ben. I'm gonna post what happened and link the video footage, but last night everything got too real for me. I think I'm done messing around with this. I passed out pretty much immediately after making that thread, but last night, the LG of Emptiness statue, I had a dream about it. I dreamed that it was following me in my dream. Yes, you dreamed in your dream. I dreamed that it was following me in my dream, that I would be minding my own business when I'd feel my neck hair stand up on end. I would turn around and that thing, that horrible, lifeless statue would be staring at those, with those empty eyes right at me, merely inches away. In my dream, I remember calling it Ben, and never before had I had a dream that I could remember so vividly. We get it's a dream. But the important thing is, I did get some sleep, I suppose. Today, putting off playing the game as long as I could, I drove back to the neighborhood to see if the old man came back. As I expected, the car was still gone, and no one was home. As I was walking back to my car, the man next door mowing his grass killed the power to his lawnmower and asked me if I was looking for someone. I told him that I was looking to talk to the old man that lived here, to which he told me what I already knew. He was moving. Trying a different avenue, I asked if the old man had any family or relatives I could talk to. I discovered the old man had never been married, nor did he have children or grandchildren through adoption. Starting to become worried, I asked one final question. One that I should have asked from the beginning. Who is Ben? The man's expression turned grim, and I learned that 4 doors down, around 8 years ago on April 23rd, the man informed me that it was the same day as his anniversary. That's how he knew the specific date. And there was an accident with a young boy named Ben in the neighborhood. Shortly after his parents moved, and despite any further attempts to talk to the man to get more information, he wouldn't divulge anything else. I went back and started playing again. I loaded up the game immediately, and I jumped at the title screen when the mask flies by. Let me just rewind that for you. The sound that was played was not the normal whoosh sound, but it was something much more higher pitched. I pressed start, bracing for the worst, but just like the 2 nights ago, the files Your Turn and Ben were still displayed. Truth be told, I looked at the Ben file earlier. It seemed to fluctuate between displaying the owl statue and not. I brought up the Ben file, hesitated for a moment, noticing the stats were not the same as the original were 2 days ago. It seemed like he'd already completed the Stone Tower Temple this time. Summoning my courage, I selected it. The ghost is just playing the game, man. He just wants to he's haunting the game because he just wants to play the game. I would too. Immediately, I was thrust into complete chaos. Sure enough, I was outside Stone Tower Temple, but that's about all that was expected. The zone itself wasn't called Stone Tower Temple, but rather Stone, and immediately a dialogue box of complete gibberish that I couldn't make out greeted me. Link's body was distorted. His back was cocked violently to the side, where his posture was permanently disfigured. Link's expression was dull, almost monotonous. He had an expression on his face that I didn't recognize before. It was like a blank look, as if he was dead. As Link stood there, his body spasmed irregularly back and forth, and I examined what I examined what had become of my avatar and noticed I had a C button item I've never seen before. Some kind of note, but pressing it did nothing. Sounds played back and forth and I didn't recognize from the game, almost demonic in nature. There was some kind of high-pitched yip or some kind of laugh or something playing in the background. I had all of 2 minutes to take in the environment before another one of those fucking Elegy of Emptiness statues was summoned, and immediately after I was cut to Dawn of a New Day screen, except this time without the dash subtext. I was a Deku scrub in Clocktown. This scene... I'd lost my mark. Hey, kitty cat, what's up? This scene would normally play after the first time you traveled back in time. Tato would say, "What just happened? It's as if everything has, but instead of saying started over, she finished her remark in broken text as the laugh of the Happy Mask salesman played in the background. I was put back in control of my character, but from a fucked up camera angle, I was looking from behind the door to the clock tower, watching my avatar run around as a Deku scrub. Seeing as how I really had no place to go because I couldn't see anything, I begrudgingly went inside the door. There, I was greeted to the Happy Mask salesman who simply told me, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" before the screen whited out. I was in Termina Field as a human again. I might as well have not been playing the same game anymore. I was being warped around and there was no sign of a day clock or anything. I took a moment to get my bearings as I looked around the field, and immediately I could tell that this was not normal. There were no enemies, and a twisted version of the Happy Mask Salesman theme was playing. I decided to run towards Woodfall before I noticed a gathering of 3 figures off to the side. One of them being Epona. As I approached them, to my horror, I saw the Happy Mask Salesman, the Skull Kid, and the Elegy of Emptiness statue just standing there. I figured maybe they were bugged out, but by now I told myself I should have known better. Nevertheless, I approached them carefully and found that Skull Kid was playing some kind of idle animation loop. Same with Epona. And the Elegy of Emptiness statue is doing what it's been doing all along, just standing there eerily. There's a Happy Mask Salesman that scared me more profoundly than the other 2. He too was idle, wearing that shit-eating grin, but wherever I moved, his head slowly turned and followed me. I had not engaged in any dialogue with him, nor was I in combat with him, yet his head still continued to follow my movements. Reminded of my first encounter with the Skull Kid on the top of Clock Tower, I pulled out my ocarina, to which the game played a ding sound when you're supposed to play your ocarina, and I tried a song I hadn't played yet, the Happy Mask Salesman's own song, and the song that had been playing on loop back on day 4, the Song of Healing. When I finished playing the song, and as I did, an ear-piercing shriek blasted on my TV. The sky immediately started flashing. The Happy Mask Salesman's twisted theme song sped up, intensifying the fear inside of me, and Link exploded into flames and died. The 3 figures stayed lit up during my death screen as they watched my lifeless body burn. I can't describe to you how sudden and terrifying the transition from eerie to terror is. You're gonna have to watch the video. Right there, I got it playing. You're gonna have to watch the video if you want to see it firsthand. That same fear that caused me to lose sleep 2 days ago started to grip me again, as I was met with the text, "You've met with a terrible fate. You've met with a horrible fate, haven't you?" for the 3rd time. There has to be some kind of meaning behind that. Let me pause a second. I got a chat message here, and I'll rewind it to where it left. Did you get what I sent you today? Yes, I did. I got it. Thank you very much. It really helps. Especially since I'm getting my car repaired this month. Oh, we want that going. Okay. Where was I? Ah, yes. I had little time to ponder as I was immediately given another small cutscene of transforming into a Zora, and now I found myself at the Great Temple Bay. That says you met with a terrible fate. I think you wrote horrible by accident earlier. Transforming into Zora, and I found it, yeah. Hesitant but curious to see what the game had in store for me, I slowly made my way towards the beach where I found Epona. I wondered why the game had decided to put her here. Was the game implying she was trying to get a drink? Why would you come to that conclusion? Unable to take the mask off, I decided that riding the steed... I decided that riding the steed wasn't the reason she was placed there. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Suddenly I realized that Epona kept neighing, and the way she was angled made it look like she was trying to signal a point to me off in the distance. It was a hunch, but I dove into the Great Bay and started swimming. Sure enough, I almost missed it. I found something at the bottom of the ocean. One last Elegy of Emptiness statue. I went down to examine it when suddenly my Zora started doing the choking animation, which I've never seen a Zora do before, since they can't even drown. I ad-libbed that. Which didn't even make sense because Zoras can breathe underwater, is what the real line is. Regardless, my character choked to death and died, and again, the statue was the only thing that was highlighted in my death. I didn't respawn this time. I was booted back to the main menu as if I restarted the console. Dun dun dun! The press start screen was before me. I knew the only reason why it would put me here is because the save files have changed again. Taking a deep breath, I pressed start, and I was right. The new save files told me about Ben. Now it made sense why the statue appeared when I tried to go to the laundry pool. The game must have anticipated how I would have tried to escape the day 4 clock down. The 2 save files told me his fate, and as I suspected, Ben was dead. He had drowned. The game obviously isn't through with me. It taunts me with new save files. It wants me to keep playing. It wants me to go further, but I'm done with this shit. I'm not touching any more of the files. This is already way too horrifying for me, and I don't even believe in the paranormal, but I'm running out of explanations. Why would someone send me this message? I don't understand it. I just get too depressed thinking about this. The footage is up here for those who want to see it and try and analyze it. Maybe there's some kind of coded message in the gibberish or something symbolic in what I went through. I'm too emotionally and mentally drained to fuck with it anymore. And that is Ben Part 3. That is Ben Drowned Part 3. I am going to get the 3rd video ready to play on loop here for you guys, so you can see. Again, it's phenomenal that the guy who wrote this, Jaducible, went through the trouble of actually like making visuals for these moments happening in the story. It really adds a layer to it, and it really explains why this story became so popular back in the day. So Part 2, what do I think of Part 2? He didn't yammer on about how horrified he was this time, and more spooky stuff happened. He still made the point of like, oh, it's a shock how quick things can go from eerie to terrifying. But he didn't go on and on about how he felt like his real life was in danger this time, which is what I had a problem with Part 1, because all this spooky stuff is happening in-game on a screen, and he's like, I didn't even know the off button was there at this point because I was so scared and my life was, you know... And I get, like, terror freezing or whatever, but... This one made more sense to me. I didn't have as much of a problem with it. So we're gonna switch the video over to the Part 3 video, Drowned. I will rewind it when he starts talking about the game back to the beginning, so my reading is alongside the footage that he provides for us. But now we are on Ben Drowned Part 3, Drowned. I know it's early in the morning. I've stayed up all night. I can't sleep. I don't care if people see this. That's not the point. I just want the word to get spread so I don't suffer for nothing. I've lost the will to type about this. Sorry. I've lost the will to type about this. 4 more parts after this one. Alright. The less I dwell on this, the better. I think the video just speaks for itself. I did what you guys told me to do. I played the Elegy of Emptiness song at the first prompt by the game I was given. But I think that's what the game, or Ben, Jesus Christ, I can't believe I'm even humoring the absurd idea he exists in the game, wanted me to do. He's following me now. Not just in the game, he's in my dreams. I see him all the time. Behind my back, just watching me. I haven't gone to... Didn't you say you didn't get any sleep? Whatever. I haven't gone to any of my classes. I have stayed in my dorm room with the windows closed and the blinds shut. A teacher would check on you, I would assume, eventually, but alright. That way I know he can't watch me. But who texted me? Taffy. Taffy.com texted me. I don't want Taffy right now. Where was I? I haven't gone to my classes. I've stayed in my dorm room. I already read that. He still gets to me when I play. When I play, he can still see me. The game is scaring me now. You have been yammering on about... Okay, I'm already not liking this part as much as the last 2. It talked to me for the first time, not just using text that's already in-game. It spoke to me. Talked to me. It referenced Ben. It talked to me. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it wants. I never wanted this. I just want my old life back. Dude is losing his sanity over a video game. It's the beginning of Part 3. It might get better. It might, you Stuff like this doesn't happen to people like me. I'm not just a kid. I'm even old enough. I'm just a kid, not even old enough to drink yet. Aren't you in college? It's not fair. I want to go home. I want to see my parents again. I'm so far away from home here at this school. I just want to hug my mom again. I just want to forget that statue's horrible blank face. My original game file is back just the way I left it, before it was gone. I don't want to play anymore. I feel like something bad will happen if I don't, but that's impossible. It's a video game. Haunted or not, it can't hurt me, right? Like seriously though, it can't, right? That's why I kept telling myself, but every time I think about it, I'm not so sure. That's the whole part. That's the end of part 3. That's the whole part. So he didn't explain what happened in the game. It wasn't part of the story. He just pasted the video, and then he just pasted the video and then just went on a small rant about how terrified he is. So what's in this video then? What have we been watching? He's grabbing a leaf. He's opening a chest. Got 5 rupees. This is normal gameplay. I mean, you guys have probably seen some spooky stuff. I'm looking at the text, at the reading, and not the video. But this is the video that was provided for that part. I'm surprised that he didn't write about what happened in the game. There's a lot of "you shouldn't have done that." That's like the catchphrase for this. You shouldn't have done that, and you met with a terrible fate. That's kind of like the catchphrase. Isn't Happy Mask Shop Ocarina of Time? Not Majora's Mask. You shouldn't have done that. So the game is like taunting him. Obviously, he's kind of telling him he shouldn't have done that. He's not like fucking with him. That part. That part was kind of a nothing burger. Ben is getting lonely. That part was kind of a nothing burger. I guess the video does the heavy lifting, and watching the video would be a lot better, but judging it from like a story standpoint and writing, I don't see why that part needed to be... Because he says he doesn't have the energy to write about it, I guess. I don't know. That one was not as interesting to me. So we're gonna swap the video already. I'm surprised that part was so short. But this next one is called Jadusabur, which is the guy who made the videos. This next one is called Jadusabur.mp4. And we're gonna read part 4, which is called Jadusable. Here we go. Let me just clear things up. I know you guys are worried about Jadusable. I know you guys are worried... sorry, let me start over. Let me clear things up. I know you guys are worried about Jadusable. Why can't I read... One more time, one more retake. Let me clear this up. I know you guys are worried, but Jadusable is okay. He finished moving out today, and he said he's going back home. He's just taking the semester off. I'm not really sure what's happened. I have a vague idea, but you guys probably know more than I do. I'm Jadusable's roommate, and obviously I knew something was wrong with him for a few days now. He stayed in his room all the time, fell out of contact with literally all of his friends. I'm pretty sure he hadn't been eating hardly anything after the second day. I couldn't stay in there anymore, so I've been crashing out at Buddy's place, only coming into my room to get stuff that I need. I tried talking to him several times, but he would just cut me off or keep the conversation brief when I asked him about his strange behavior. It's like he was convinced something was hunting him. Whatever. Yesterday I came back to my to grab my philosophy book, and he approached me looking awful, like horrible bags under his eyes. He handed me a flash drive and gave me specific instructions. He told me that he needs me to do one last favor for him. He finally explained to me what's been going on, gave me the account info to his YouTube, and told me that he's getting away from here. That it lured him to play again instead of trying to change things, that he shouldn't have done that, and to upload the footage and inform people what happened. I told him he could do it himself, and he got this wild look in his eye and told me that he is never looking at the game again. And that's the last thing he said to me. He never even said bye when his parents came to pick him up. I never even got to meet his parents. I honestly can't tell you what happened. when he spoke, it was kind of hard to understand him, and his fucked up appearance really distracted me. On the flash drive, there was footage of the game last night, a text document with his name and password for YouTube, and a third document called thetruth.txt, which contained what he told me were his notes that he had taken. He told me that this meant everything to him, that I follow his instructions exactly. Normally I wouldn't be so to the letter for requests over a fucking video game, but the way he spoke, the way he looked, it made me know this was really serious, and I'm gonna honor that. I've had this video game since yesterday, but had to have someone help me use Pinnacle. That's not really my forte. That after watching it, I had to go back through and look at his other videos on his YouTube account to realize what was going on. Even then, I'm still really, really confused. The video I'm releasing tonight, thetruth.txt, will be released on September 15th, just like he requested. Like and subscribe for more updates. That's not what it said. I haven't dared peek at it yet, so the first time I see it will be the first time you see it, out of respect for my friend. To answer your questions, no, I haven't tried calling him yet. I think I'll give him a call tomorrow to see if he's okay. Or not. He should have gotten back home by now. Do you use Webtoon? What is that? Is that, I feel like I've heard of that before. I think my dad sent me, like, a link. What is this anime bullshit? No, I do not use Webtoon. Why? For comics, manga, I'm not really a manga head. I just bought some stock. Oh, cool. Hopefully that blasts off for you. Hopefully that does well for you. Alright, where was I? He should have gone back home. Okay. About the video. In this video, I cut straight to when he loaded the Ben file in the game. Looking back, I realized that Jadusable left the save select screen in because it said different names or names sometimes. So, my bad for that. But all it said this time was the same at the end of his last video, Link and Ben. Nothing different. I wasn't there when he played it, but it looks to me like the beginning when he first spawns, he's testing out the equipment or seeing what items he has or something. Because apparently they've changed randomly before. Then after that, I think the game just got too personal for him. So that was the other part. Can you evaluate it for me when you get... Oh, what? Like, check what it's about? From my understanding, because I have seen it around, it's just a manga site where you can, like, read comics or mangas or stuff like that. There's a lot of really sus shit on here that I'm seeing. Might have more spicy comics than not from what I'm seeing here. The Mafia Nanny, Love Bites, Tears on a Withered Flower, Rules for Dating Trash. Okay, all right. Yeah, it's manga shit. Yeah, that's what I understand as well. They're supposed to be doing a special type of comic books online with Disney. I see a bar of, like, Disney, Disney stuff. But I don't see any actual Disney content on it just yet. Maybe it will blow up when the Disney content does show up, possibly. But yeah, I mean, if you bought stock, I'd hold on to it, see where it goes. So that was part 3, or part 4, by the way. Part 4 ended there. It looks like at this point he's really having the videos do heavy lifting because nothing really happened again, and that was written by another guy entirely. Apparently, Jadusable lost his mind and moved back home. I have to go eat. Thank you. Love you. Bye. Thanks, Ma. Thanks for tuning in to the story. We're just reading Creepypastas. There is adult. Oh, wait, I didn't scroll down. There is adult content, but not all of it. Yeah, no, I assume that not all of it is adult content, but the first thing I see on the front page is, like, a vampire dude with parted mouths, fangs bared, with another guy staring at him longfully, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna ignore this now. But yeah, I mean, I know there's stuff there for everyone. So this next video, here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna pause the music for a moment, and I'm just gonna play this video with audio, because gay. I'm just gonna play this because it's literally 14 seconds, so I'm just gonna let this run. The counter resets. Is that it? This video is called Free, by the way. Okay, that's the whole video. Alright. Is that the only video for this part, or is there another part? Oh my god, this next chapter is an eternity. What the how... Is this the last part? No. And this 16-second video is the only visual for this huge-ass chunk of text. Alright. Well, I'm gonna put the last video back on, then. Just so you guys have a video that isn't boring. We'll have this running for you. We're gonna turn the music back on. And, alright. Ben Drowned, Part 5. The Truth. Hey guys, Jaducible here. This will be the last time you'll be hearing from me, and this is my final gift to you. These are the notes that I've taken and the realizations I've made. Before I delve into this, I want to thank you for following me and thank you for listening. It feels like the weight of a powerful burden is about to be lifted. By the time you read this, I won't be around anymore, but after spending 4 days with this maddening game, I've begun to understand what's really at play here. And hopefully after reading this, we can ensure that this never happens again. There are things that I could not share with you while this was going on due to the circumstances, of which I'll explain. There are things... Oh, right. Explaining the circumstances, not the thing... I thought he just said, I can't explain things, but I'll explain later. But he says he can't explain now why he can't... Whatever. I mean, the whole point of Majora's Mask is being trapped in an endless loop, so it's pretty accurate. Actually, that is true. You do have a point. I mean, the world ends if you don't loop, but Majora's Mask is an eternal loop. It is... Ouroboros-y. That's what makes it sick, though. It's such a good fucking game, dude. Where was I? With Ben blocking any attempt I made to try and relay the truth to you, I tried. Ever so subtly, to warn you guys in various ways. Amidst the chaos in my delirium, I devised to make a barely noticeable pattern in my videos. In all 5 videos I recorded over the 4 days, I have either had the Mask of Truth, interacted with a Gossip Stone, or the Lens of Truth equipped at some point. For you Zelda enthusiasts, these are all symbols of honesty and trustworthiness, and I would hope that one of you may have picked up on the reference. As I played the file which I would name Ben, being mindful of how Ben was watching over my every move in the game, I made a point to avoid doing anything too obvious. But I sent out a hidden message to you guys. I never equipped the lens, nor the mask, nor visited a stone. It worked, and the video was uploaded. I prayed that someone would notice the pattern didn't apply to Ben. The tags followed suit too. I hope you guys pay attention to those as well. They were my little messages to you. Nothing big enough that would catch Ben's attention or make him suspect anything. With Ben manipulating and changing my files, I honestly hope that what you guys saw is close to what actually happened, but there's no way for me to know. This may be a long read. I don't have time to proofread or make all my research pretty, but here it all is. Alright, so can I just say, before we get into the notes, which are all marked with dates and times, I find it kind of hilarious how he's treating Ben like some all-seeing overlord when he's trapped in a video game. Just turn the game off. Just, like, destroy the cartridge. I know that he can, like, jump between technology or something. I think that's what we're about to get to here. But he has had so many times to just turn the game off. Literally in part 1, he's like, this is the scariest thing I've ever experienced. If he turned the game off then and there, it would have been fine. But I guess human curiosity is its greatest flaw, right? Alright. September 6th, 2010. 11 p.m. I can't believe what happened. Not sure if this is some kind of elaborate hoax. Despite the fear, I can't help but be exceptionally curious about that. Literally what I just said. Who or what is the statue? A lot of questions here. I'm starting to document this as a diary so I can keep track of everything. I'm typing up a summary of what happened so I can come back to it later. September 7th, 2010, 2:10 a.m. Summary was posted here. You can go back and look for my post. Oh, so that was the first part of the story. Is 2:10 a.m. 4:23 a.m. I can't sleep. I've been trying so hard, but the harder I try, I get more restless. I just feel like that statue is appearing whenever I close my eyes. 8:20 a.m. Didn't sleep at all. Just gonna start my day. I don't think I have the energy to go to class today. I'm gonna drive back down and talk to that old man, taking my buddy Tyler with me just in case. Alright, so there's something I want to point out immediately. Between part 1 and part 2, he said that he slept, had dreams of being chased by the statue, and he literally wrote, "At least I slept," right? But now, looking at his notes, he is saying he didn't sleep at all. So, either he lied or Ben manipulated the data or something, which would be kind of stupid, because why is he censoring some guy's Reddit posts or wherever this was posted? But that's a bit of an inconsistency. If he can travel through technology, then turning off the game might not help. The thing is that when the game is off, he doesn't do anything. He wrote that, oh, when the game is on, Ben is watching me. So if the game is off, then, like, I mean, I guess he's a ghost. I guess there's, like, no limit to his power, right? Or something. The story's starting to fall apart just a little bit. I think after part 3 is where it started kind of falling apart for me. It's still, but the first 2 parts are still written really well, and the videos are still really well done. 118. Although it's just age, it's still amazing for what it is. It's still a classic, right? 1:18 p.m. Back home now. No sign of the old man. Really weird that he appears to be moving the next day. But maybe the for sale sign was up there yesterday and I just didn't notice it. Tyler wants to know what's gotten me all worked up. I didn't tell him. I'm gonna eat. Feel like death. 3:46 p.m. Could have sworn driving back from Subway that I saw the elegy statue buried in some shrubbery staring at me go by. Now I definitely need sleep. Maybe he doesn't remember because Ben's messing with his head. I mean, clearly. Like, in the first part, when he, in the first part when nothing overtly spooky was happening, like, yeah, some scary shit was going on, but it wasn't, like, as bad as it got. He was like, I feel an overwhelming sense of depression and fear. I don't know why. So maybe Ben's just, like, fucking with his head, with his mind. Yeah, that could be a good reason. That could explain why he's so, like, needlessly scared of a screen. Maybe it has some sort of psychic effect on him or something. 5 p.m. I don't think a lot of people would believe me if I told them about what's happening. I think I'm gonna try posting this on the internet. I think I'll just use the summary. These notes are pretty sporadic. 6 p.m. Connected my capture card to my computer and uploaded the footage. Though my computer froze for a second, made this strange popping sound when I hooked everything up. But now it seems to be working fine again. My computer can't die on me now. Okay, that immediately tells me that him hooking up the capture card is how Ben got into the computer. So he couldn't leave the cartridge. He gave him a link after the first day. Haha, link. Ah! Okay, yeah, that's fine. That makes sense. 7 p.m. Footage is finished uploading. The quality's a lot better than I thought it would be. Gee, I guess this is a really special cartridge. I've never had it come through this clear before. 8:45. Thought I saw an icon pop up on my desktop that looked like the statue's face for a split second. Gave me quite a scare. Getting really unnerved and delirious. I'm gonna go crash after this. I do want to say still, though, that there was only one day of this, and he's, like, already losing his mind and hallucinating. So he has to be affected by Ben, right? I understand hallucinations getting, like, worse and worse the more he did it, but he freaked out after day 1. He freaked out more after day 2. And then on day 3, he was like, fuck this, I hate life. So it only took him 3 days to lose his mind, which I feel like is a short period of time for nothing physically threatening you yet. But maybe Ben has mind powers. 9 p.m. Begin uploading my YouTube video on an alternate account. 9:03 p.m. I don't remember having uploaded the Vampires Masquerade Bloodlines video last year. That video is on the channel, by the way. I will say, there is a Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines video. In fact, if I go to his channel... if I open up his channel... His newest video, so this is the Ben Drowned guy who's being tormented. His first video is Reaction to King Kong 2, The Return of the King 2021. But yeah, there are some videos on here that, like, aren't Ben videos. He has, like, a podcast. So there are other videos, but yeah, his first video is a Vampires Masquerade Bloodlines video, which is pretty funny that he mentions that in his creepypasta. I remember at the time that it was more of a creepypasta. It was like an ARG. So there's probably some parts that we're not seeing, like the community interaction. But because it's a story on a story site, I'm judging it as such. But yeah, it's funny that he mentioned the Vampires Masquerade video on his channel before he started doing these Majora Mask videos. This was probably the account that I shared with a friend of mine last summer. I hope he doesn't mind me using it to upload this. 9:55 p.m. Posting my summary of day 4 with a link to the YouTube video. Gonna try and stay awake, but I'm so tired right now. So that's the first part. So that's him talking about posting the first part. September 8th, 2010. Wait, so he didn't sleep the night before he posted the first part, and then he slept. Okay, that makes sense. September 8th, 2010, 10:48 a.m. I had a dream about the statue. I dreamed that it was following me in my dream. That I would be minding my own business when I'd feel my neck hair stand on edge. We already read this. I would turn around and that horrible lifeless statue would be staring at me with those empty eyes right at me, merely inches away. In my dream, I remember calling it Ben, power of suggestion most likely. And never before had I had a dream that I could remember so vividly. So that's straight copy-paste from the start of the second part. 11:35 p.m. No old man, but I had an interesting conversation with his neighbor. I'll post the full thing in my summary of tonight's attempt at playing the game. Gonna wait a bit, though, and see if I can't dig up any information on this Ben guy. 2:45 p.m. I've been getting random, inexplicable headaches due to lack of sleep and hearing that song in my head. Also, it's flu season, so I need to be careful not to get sick. My immune system is gonna be shit right now because of that all-nighter. 3 p.m. Nothing. There's nothing here written for 3 p.m. So he wrote down a time signature for 3 p.m., but then didn't write anything. Then at 3:02 p.m., so 2 minutes later, he writes, my computer just, on its own, it opened a text document and wrote the words hi and www.cleverbot.com by itself. What the fuck? 3:46 p.m. I went to the website. It's one of those bot chatting programs. I think it's best if I just let the conversation speak for itself. September 8th, 2010 conversation. Hello? Hello? Who is this, and how are you able to control my computer? Who am I? Right, forgot. You're a bot. Do you really think that? Listen, I know whoever's fucking with my computer can see my screen right now. Yes. Yeah, and I'll wager that you're one of those IT kids who thinks he's tough shit. You know what you're doing right now is illegal, right? Is it? No shit. Are you familiar with the terms invasion of privacy? Get the fuck off my computer, kid. I am your computer. Cool story. Anyway, I'm calling DPS. You picked a bad time to fuck with me, kid. Should I wait until you play the game then? What? That game. Majora's Mask? Yes. How did you know about that? Because. Because what? I did it. Did what? I played with you. What the fuck? Were you scared? Who the fuck is this? Ben. The statue. You're inside my computer now. Yes. How? You connected me. How the hell did I connect you? Cables. Cords. How? Tell me about yourself. What? Tell me about yourself. What do you mean? What is it that really scares you? What the fuck? Answer. No. Answer. What the fuck? How the fuck did you just open that by yourself? I am your computer now. How much can you control? All. What do you want from me? To entertain. You're stuck inside there. You can't hurt me. Huh. Huh? Go play. No. You can't hurt me. Took you longer to type that. So? You're not sure. If you're so powerful, why use a ridiculous website like this to chat with me? Less messy. More structured. Fun. Fun? Yes. Tradition. I like it. You think it's funny. Amusing. And my notes? You may write them down. Why are you letting me? It's amusing to see what you think of me. And then the window closes. Little edgy, little edgy. If this is like a ghost kid, this is like a little edgy ghost kid, but fun to read that. Even if it's a little cliche and edgy, that's still fun. 3:50 p.m. What have I done? I've invited it into my computer. I continue to write these notes, write my summaries. I feel like I am a prisoner in one place of security. I don't know if I'm hallucinating or not. I feel like I'm fucking insane right now. I can feel it watching over me, even as I type this. Ben is controlling everything in the game, toying with me, leading me like a sheep. But for what? What is the purpose? I know Ben drowned, but why the hauntings? Why the fuck am I even doing? I can probably even see this. It can probably even see this right now. Well, if he's a kid, it would make sense that he's edgy. That is true. It would make sense that a kid who's like a ghost and like, I'm hunting you, I'm in your computer, would be edgy. No, that's a fair point. That's a really fair point. That's just like an edgy. I guess what I want to know is why is he edgy instead of like sorrowful that he's dead? I guess it would depend on how long he's dead for, right? Or if he's like angry about it. But yeah, that is a really good point. That it makes sense he's edgy if he's a kid. 4:35 p.m. This Ben.wav playthrough, or WMV. So we went over that earlier. 7:18 p.m. Ben called me to Cleverbot again. He tells me that he's sorry and wants to be free, and that I can free him. That just like how he got on my computer from the capture card, he can spread, but he needs my help. He says I'm special because I can help him. That's the first nice thing he's ever said. Hold on a second, I feel like I'm gonna... Excuse me, my reflux was acting up for some reason. He says I'm special because I can help him. That's the first nice thing that he said. He promises to leave me alone if I do it. He swears he will. I don't know what to think right now. How can I even trust this thing? 7:20 p.m. I'm terrified of it. But now it's saying that it was just having fun. It's twisted and fucked up version of fun. He's saying that the game is over. I do want it to be over. He says that he just wants to be free and that he's trapped in the cartridge in my computer and he wants to be freed. I don't want to have to deal with this shit. I don't know how long I can deal with the watching. It's watching my every move every keystroke. I have nothing private anymore. It knows everything that's been on my computer. It tells that if it wanted to, it could do horrible things to me, but it hasn't, so I should trust it. That's the worst way to get someone's trust. Hey, listen, if you couldn't trust me, I would have killed you, right? I would have beat the shit out of you with a lead pipe. He's a kid with power, of course he's gonna mess with people. Completely fair. If any child gets even an ounce of power, they are absolutely going to abuse it for fun. Even if they don't have bad intentions, they are going to fuck with people because they think it's funny. 8:01 p.m. Something tells me I'm being played again, just like in the game. 9:29 p.m. Ben called me a cleverbot again. I ignored it and went to take a shower. When I came to my laptop, I was welcomed with an image of the elegy statue staring at me with those dead eyes. I do not want to talk to him. 9:44. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. 9:56 p.m. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. 10:06 p.m. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. 10:12 p.m. Fuck you, Ben. I am not talking to you. 10:45 p.m. It's been more than half an hour and the messages have stopped. Ben has stopped. I'm beginning to think that Ben isn't confined to just my computer cartridge. I'm beginning to feel something. It's hard to explain it. I've never been spiritual, but there's something different about the air in my dorm room now. 11:42 p.m. I'm beginning to see the elegy statue randomly as I search the internet in places I shouldn't. Places where he shouldn't be. I'd be scrolling down and suddenly I'd be staring at a picture of the elegy statue. Always the elegy statue. I don't know how much more of this I can take. And then the next day, September 9th, 2010, 12:35 a.m. My worst fears confirmed. Ben has tampered with my summary of ben.wmv. Oh, excuse me. Voice acting hurts after a while. I hope I'm doing a good job. I hope I don't sound like shit. I looked at the summary that I posted on various forums for the ben.wmv file, and parts have been omitted. There's no mention of Ben existing outside the game. There's no mention of the Moon Children. How could he have been that quick to delete the post without me noticing? Oh, hold on a second. I should get a water after this part. I'm wondering if maybe it appeared to me that I was posting everything, but in reality, Ben was posting his own censored version. I'm gonna ask Ben why he did it. 12:50 a.m. He hasn't responded to me on Cleverbot. It's just giving me generic responses that it usually does. I'm just talking to a bot this time. 1:24 a.m. I think Ben's mad at me. 10:43 a.m. The Moon Children appeared in my dreams last night. They lift up their masks to reveal their hideously disfigured faces, maggots crawling out of their orifices, sunken black holes where their eyes should be, a yellow smile that slowly grew bigger and bigger as they came closer to me. They told me they wanted to play. I tried to run from them, but the four children pinned me down to the ground with surprising strength. Over them stood the Happy Mask salesman, announcing that he had a new mask that he wanted me to try. In his spastic, sudden movements matching his in-game appearance, he took out a mask modeled off of someone's face that I didn't recognize, a younger-looking face, and handed it to the Moon Children. Giggling, they latched it to my face. They're horrible, broken bodies bouncing up and down. Two of them held me down while the other two began to sew the mask onto my face. My shrieks and screams caused the Happy Mask salesman's face to turn into the most horrific smile I have ever seen. He sporadically moved around, examining the procedure like a curious doctor in that impossible movement. I flailed around, but it was no use. My eyes rolled into the back of my head because of the pain. It felt so real. But I couldn't wake up. I couldn't wake up no matter how hard I tried. I couldn't wake up. After the mask was melded onto my flesh, they began sewing my legs together. Then my arms. The horrific feeling of a needle puncturing your legs and pulling them in, rupturing your Achilles tendons, and tying them together resonated throughout my entire body. I tried to scream, but the mask was pressed so tightly against my face that it was my new face, and my new face had no mouth. And I must scream. I didn't make a sound. I tried telling myself in my head that I was dreaming. I tried telling myself again and again, and suddenly the moon children stopped and looked at me. They just stared. And the happy mask salesman slowly bent down and stared at me, inches away from my face, and grinning when he simply said, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" Before the moon children resumed with increased vigor, I couldn't wake up. I couldn't wake up. It wouldn't let me wake up until they had crafted me into another elegy statue. I woke up sweating, crying, and shaking uncontrollably. I immediately ran to my computer and went for Ben. September 9th, 10th, Conversation 1. Answer me, Ben. Welcome back. What is the point of doing this? Why? Amusing to see. How? Fun to play, fun to toy with you, make you feel safe. I wonder how you would have reacted. To what? If I hadn't revealed myself and stayed hidden. Only doing little things to play with you. Close out your windows, turn off your computer, move your mouse by itself. Little things. Make you wonder if I'm there, but you never know. Give you little hints that I am. I wanted to do something different with you. You did this before? Yes, and I will do it again. To who? Ben? Huh? Did you know Ben? Won't tell that information to you. Oh wait, I got them backwards. You did this... Cleverbot... Oh, Cleverbot spoke twice, and I didn't even notice it, so I said, okay, hold on. So he goes on his little rant about how he gives him little... about how he wondered what would happen if he didn't reveal himself. And then he talks again. So I'm gonna redo that. I wanted to do something different with you. You did this before? Yes, and I will do it again. To who? Ben? Did you know Ben? Won't tell that information to you. How did Ben die? You know. No, but how did he drown? I won't tell you. Why? It's reserved for another. Who? Another who asks. When? Later. And then the window closed. I'm beginning to think this thing maybe isn't Ben at all. In its sadistic nature, I wouldn't be surprised if it took the boy's name after it killed him. Oh, I don't remember that. I don't remember it being like a demon that or whatever that stole Ben's identity, essentially. Okay. Then that makes it a little weirder that it's edgier. Although I guess demons inherently are edgy, right? They just want to like fuck with people and cause chaos. So maybe it makes even more sense then. Oh, I didn't know that. So Ben is just like dead and in this demon's clutches or something. Hydration is important, JonTron. Yes, the famous JonTron quote. The most famous of all. Up there with, "That's a lot, damn it." Well, technically that's Phil Swift's quote. JonTron. Whatever. No, I don't remember that. I don't remember it being like a demon. Or like an entity. I thought it was just the kid as a ghost that was like weirdly powerful for some reason. Okay. That makes it make a little more sense why he has the presence of terror, because there is a terror among him. So, okay. I don't know if that necessarily saves the whole story. Parts 1 and 2 is still really good, but I think it recontextualizes it in a way that makes it not as annoying to me as it was up until this point. So actually, that kind of saves it a bit for me. Although I don't know why it's trapped on a Majora's Mask cartridge, come to think of it. I guess just video game creepypasta shit. 12:04 p.m. My room is beginning to feel different again. There's something out there. I feel really threatened. Like there's something that's trying to reach out to me and strangle me, but it can't quite get there. 12:46 p.m. I think Ben doesn't want to play with me anymore. I'll play again. I'll play the game again. Ben, can you see this? I will play the game again. Please, just stop this. Please. Please. Demons torment humans to get revenge on God. Is that the reason why they do it? I thought they just did it because they were, like, evil. Although I guess the whole thing was jealousy of being cast out, right? So I guess that does make sense. 1:41 p.m. I'm going insane trying to decide what is real and what isn't. Is Ben just playing a trick on me, or is this for real? Is Ben generating these replies, or are people actually posting them? Did I just see that screen flicker, or was it my imagination? Imagine depending on the internet and trusting your eyes for your entire life and then being blinded. You can't rely on it anymore. You second guess everything. For a brief moment, I am looking at my responses to the videos, people pointing out things that looked fake or photoshopped or whatever, and then there's literally no way for me to know if Ben changed something on purpose to try and shut me up, or if maybe those replies are just constructed by Ben to try and discourage me from even reaching out. See, I get fucking caught in an infinite mindfuck loop like this, and this is what has been wearing on my sanity and pushing me to the edge. As I'm writing this, there's no way of even telling if anyone even cares as much as I think they do. Just another fucking trick. Does this whole document even exist? That's not a correct... Is this whole document even exist? That's not a correct sentence. I get the point, though. Am I writing nothing? September 9th, 2010, Conversation 2. What is it? What is the point of playing? I die whenever I do anything. You die because you can't figure out the secret. What? Thematic. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, I know this is supposed to be like a serious confronting the demon moment, but anytime I hear the sentence, what the fuck are you talking about, it makes me laugh, because it's so What the fuck are you talking about? Their beauty in your suffering. The window closes. 4:09 p.m. Ben's making me play the game again. It tells me that it has something very important to show me. 6:23 was the Drowned video, and then 9:09 was the children video. The children video was never... The children video was never in the parts. And we're reaching the end of the story. I think I should have been showing you these videos as we went. But it mentioned children. The children. Ew, what the fuck is that? It mentioned the children video. So I'm gonna switch the video to the children. And let that run until it mentions whatever video may be next. And then I'll swap it to that video. So, and you won't see all the videos in their entirety. The father video is like 11 minutes. One of them is 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 36 minutes is the final video. So we're not gonna watch all of these. I'm just gonna have them on in the background as I read the story. But I highly recommend checking out Jacuzzables. Here we go, the children. I highly recommend checking out Jeduzable and watching all these videos on your own. I might do that myself later as well. But we're just here for the stories, for some classic creepypastas. So that's what we're doing today. I will put the children on for you while I read this part because it mentioned the children. Alright. September 10th, 2010. Oh, wait, let me read chat. Demons rebelled against God and were cast out, so they torment humanity because it makes God sad. So they're petty, basically. They're just really petty. Fair. Fair, I think. Ooh, I just looked at the screen. That's kind of freaky. The giants just kind of creeping behind the wall like that. I don't even remember this one. I think I fell off. I think part 3 might have been the last part that or this part I'm reading now might have been the last part. There wasn't a link to that video in the original, I don't think, but, no, I don't remember this one. I guess I'll have to watch them in my own time, too. 11:52 a.m. The Drowned WMV playthrough was what was up when I woke up today. That was the last one we were watching, by the way. Right? No, that was Deducible. We were watching Deducible. Drowned was the one that was playing before that when I was reading part 3. I remember typing it up, but I don't ever remember posting it. He censored it again. There's no mention of the old man. I have no voice anymore. I am only posting what he wants me to. I am the mask he uses to disguise himself as his lies. 11:55 a.m. There is an entire video summary of a video that I don't remember doing. Reading through the summary, this sounds morbid. Resembling my dream from 2 nights ago, except on the far more sadistic scale. These moon children, there's something more to them. Almost as if they're another entity from Ben. So there's more demons, okay. Or whatever they may or may not be. Something happened last night that I can't remember. I'm posting the 4th summary to the forums now. Shadow of my chair moved. 12 p.m. Ben won't let me visit YouTube. Oh, a fate worse than death. This demon really is a nightmare. I can browse the rest of the sites, but he keeps on exiting the window when I go to YouTube. Why? 2:02 p.m. I'm feeling the air start to constrict. I don't think I'm alone here. Whatever aura has been here is getting more violent. 2:44 p.m. I'm trying to contact Ben on Cleverbot. He's not responding. I just get the fucking AI. 3:51 p.m. My ears aren't fooling me. I'm hearing the reverse song of healing. I keep hearing it. 4:23 p.m. Now I'm positive of it. Earlier I thought it was a weird coincidence, but just now I went to open my window, and 3 floors down at the ground level, I saw the old man. I am completely positive I did. The same guy, he was just staring up at my window, standing in the middle of the campus. If any students took notice of him, they did not seem to acknowledge it. Is the old man the demon? That would be kind of stupid if the old guy was the demon. Ben, you monster! That's where my notes end. I fled my room, taking the cartridge with me. I don't want to go into details of what happened. I'll lose track of my thoughts as I hammer out these last details. It's been roughly 2 days since then. This is my last summary in service to you. The final videos you guys saw, Matt.wmv. That is after The Truth, Last Hero, The Happy Master. I don't see a Matt.wmv. I don't think it really matters what videos I show at this point, because if we're not watching them all the way through anyway, then, you know, whatever. We'll just let this be the background to me reading the rest of the story. The last video entry I made, Matt.wmv, began as normal. I was spawned in Clocktown as usual. Okay, so he's describing the video, so I should find it, but there's nothing here called Matt. Whatever. Like, that video doesn't exist. Maybe the old man is one of Ben's previous victims. Maybe. But then wouldn't the demon take the name of the old man, or did he just like Ben's name so much he kept it? I don't know. I was spawned in Clocktown as usual, and nothing seemed to be out of place. Determined to set things right, I played the Oath to Order on top of the clock tower on the 4th day. I prepared myself. I sped up time and got to the final day, making my way to the observatory. And as I got up to the telescope room and approached the astronomer, he would not let me look into the telescope. He told me that it would be cheating and that I should follow the rules. Despite my repeated efforts, the game would not let me do the 4th day glitch, no matter how hard or what I tried. I tried working around the game and doing the glitch, but it was adamant this time. Regardless of if I simply had the illusion of free will in prior games, this time the game became more aggressive than anything I've ever seen. It eventually told me to go to Encana Canyon, where the game would end and it would stop haunting me. Anxious and desperate to end this nightmare, I played the Song of Soaring and ended up there. Of course it would be in Encana Canyon. That's like the scariest part of the whole fucking game. Maybe the demon is Ben, and he's just messing with him. Why would a kid who drowned turn into a demon then? And also, the demon said, oh, I've done this before. So I think that's him implying that he killed Ben. Why he would take his name, I don't know. Maybe they're just both called Ben or something. But, also, the old man said, goodbye, Ben, when the guy walked away, which he could have just passed off as, like, being senile, but, he wasn't saying bye to the guy he gave the cartridge to. He was saying goodbye to the cartridge. He was like, oh, goodbye, Ben. Goodbye, demon, or whatever. So the old man knows there's a demon in here. I don't know why he came to look up at him through the window, but... Where was I? I was told to... yes. I was told to check my inventory, that I would find the answers there to the end of the game. I arrived at Encana Canyon and saved my progress at the owl statue. As I searched through my inventory, I finally noticed that I was missing a recurring song. The Elegy of Emptiness. Obviously, once I traveled there and learned the song, I suppose that was the last thing I needed before Ben decided he had enough fun playing with me. Ben is a manipulator. He tries to fool his victims into security and makes you drop your guard like a Venus flytrap. He ensnares them. I am nothing but a puppet to him. He enjoys seeing what kind of human emotions he can tap into by doing different things. There are still some things about this whole experience that still don't make sense. But then again, I never was good at figuring out these things, and I'm not exactly in the right state of mind to. I'm giving you all the pieces of the puzzle for you to analyze and piece together the missing links. I'm typing these closing thoughts on the library computer on my campus, and I've emailed myself the notes I've had stored in my infected computer from the last 4 days. What if Ben hopped the email? I'm then gonna combine those copy-paste those notes with the closing openings that I've typed here on the safe public computer into one text document. I'm not taking any chances spreading Ben. I would not wish this horrible torment on anyone, and I've made sure to have my bases covered here. I didn't run into any problems with Ben when I was back on my computer trying to email myself the notes. Yeah, because he was probably hopping onto them. Went right under his fucking nose. He had no idea what he just let me do. Had no problem opening the text document from my infected computer in my email either. I can't describe to you how it feels to finally be able to get the word out and spread this post. The nightmare ends here. Okay. So I have to mention something here. He literally just said Ben loves to torment you by making you think you're safe and then ripping it away from you. He has full control over me. I never had autonomy. So I tricked him. He let me open my emails and do this thing and Are you an idiot? Are you a moron? You just said that you... Whatever. Main protagonist, moronic. Or desperate. You know, whatever. That said, do not download any of my videos or anything about my videos through a YouTube video audio ripper or screen grab, whatever. I don't know how he can spread, but I know that just watching them on YouTube, reading my text, won't be able to allow him to spread. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed my help in the first place. But I strongly recommend you not take anything you see streaming online onto your own personal computer. He screwed up, didn't he? Oh, but yeah, it's probably absolutely. This will be my last posting. I'm putting up on this forum here for the world. If you see any further posts from me after today's current date, September 12th, and after the current time, 12:08 a.m., discredit them. It already has proven to me that Ben can access my account and password and manipulate my computer, and like I said, I have no idea to what extent it can do this, but know that I will do anything to break free. He is desperate. To ensure your safety, just forget about me, please. And obviously this goes without saying, but from here on out, don't download any images I may have put up, any files, anything. This 5th day will be my last day. I'm going to burn the cartridge and then come back to destroy my laptop. Again, even though I don't even know you, this is sort of bittersweet for me. This semester, I really didn't have any friends, or rather, I stopped paying attention to them. But I suppose that's partially to blame because I'm the genius who picked to live in a single... I suppose someone to get a hold of me and save me before I got too immersed into the game would have literally saved my life. However, it proved too much for me. I'm just glad it happened to me, and I could get the warning out so that Ben dies here. Lastly, thank you for taking the time to open this and open yourself up to me by hearing my story. Despite maybe not believing me, you didn't have to do that. Really, you shouldn't have. Your support this entire time has kept me going, and now I'm finally free of this. Thanks again, Jaducible. And that is it. That is Ben Drowned, the creepypasta. It's goofy at parts. Its age is showing. Its age definitely is showing. Credit Alex Hall as by creepypasta.com. Its age is showing, but it's definitely not horrible. I, for some reason, thought it was going to be horrible off the premises that it was a gaming creepypasta, because gaming creepypastas and Lost Episode creepypastas are usually dog shit literally every time. So I'm actually pleasantly surprised that this one wasn't awful. I think the explanation of it being a demon with an influence... Hold on a second. I think the idea that it's a demon with an influence makes it less goofy that he's terrified of a video game all the time. Dawn of a New Day. Yeah. But yeah, no, I actually really like that. So surprisingly, we're 4 for 4 now. Because I wouldn't say that's bad. I'd say its age is showing and there's better, but I wouldn't say that's bad. That's actually pretty good. I'm gonna read a little note here at the bottom that gives a bit more context, because if I remember correctly, that the story doesn't quote-unquote end there because it turned into an ARG. But I'm just gonna read this little blurb here before we move on. In the years since the original Ben Drowned post, the character has lived up to its own prophecy and has become everywhere, as well as the Ben Drowned character branching out from straight textual narratives to other formats, giving it a wider presence on the internet as users on different platforms encounter the character. The vast number of tribute stories featuring the character, fanfictions, and fan arts with subtle variations has cemented the character as one of the most popular creepypasta characters ever, and even allowed the character to develop an image independent of its creators. So that's pretty sick. The Dark Powers has left the mask. Yeah. There's like a little header here that's like, obviously this is inspired by The Ring, which I am not sure where you're getting that from, but maybe. But all right. So that was Ben Drowned. I'm gonna get our standard little thing back up here, and then I'm going to close out these. Stop the Encana Valley music, get our old little playlist back of all the classics, and then we're gonna look through famous creepypastas again. I don't want to read 9... Alright, so now I want to do a couple of short ones again. So we did 3 short ones, and then a long one. So I'm gonna do 3 more short ones, and then a long one, and then it might be late, and we'll end it there. So... we're gonna do short ones. Should we do Dead Bart? I feel like that one is a waste of a short story, to be honest. Like, I want to read it because the point is we're reading all of the old ones. But I feel like I want that to be a part 2, not a part 1. We could read Eyeless Jack. Eyeless Jack is about a 6-minute read. Gateway of the Mind. I remember that one being good. That's like 2 minutes. The girl in the ring drowned and became a ghost that killed anyone that watched a certain... No, I know what the ring is. It's one of my favorite things, like, ever. In one of them, she drowned. In the other one, I think she just broke all her bones and, like, bled out. I'm also going to order a sandwich because I'm hungry. Ooh, or a pizza. I've been craving pizza for so long. Oh, sandwich or pizza. Oh, God. I don't know what to choose. Also, I have picked what we're gonna read now. It's very short. It's not gonna take long. But next one is Gateway to the Mind. Let me make it look flashier by giving caps to all words that are longer than 2 letters. Makes sense that it would inspire Ben Drowned. Yeah, I suppose so. I guess she did haunt a tape and not a game, and that's like, what's the what's, it's still like haunting. Haunting? What in the fuck is haunting? It is still haunting a game, is the idea. I don't know if I want a sandwich or a pizza. I might get a. I might just get a pizza. Okay. Well, it's gonna take me a little bit to look for a pizza. Oh, I said I was gonna go get a water. Okay. I'm gonna BRB. I'll leave you with creepypasta music while I BRB real quick. I'm going to go get a water, and I'm going to order myself some food. Shouldn't take too long. I will be right back, and we will read Gateway to the Mind. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a little boop BRB right there, so people know that I'm gone for now without me having to change the screen. All right, I will be right back. Hello, I am back. I have ordered a pizza and some fries. How you liking the creepypasta music? Haunting is the act of being haunted by a haunting presence. Source me. Yes. New word and completely the most reliable of sources. Oh god, that was so funny. This is nice music. What's it called? Also, can you play it on the piano? This is Reversion by Mew. I mentioned earlier, Mew is the guy who made all the classic creepypasta songs. So do you recognize this one? I'm sure. All of these creepypasta songs that you hear, a lot of these are very familiar, because these are what Mr. Creepypasta would use for his creepypasta readings, and it kind of set the standard for the music that plays in the background for creepypastas. He's the one who did the It's a Small World arrangement, the creepy one for like Abandoned by Disney or whatever. Something's wrong. Yeah, so all these creepypasta songs that you're familiar with are made by Mew, M-Y-U-U. And that first one that we were listening to is called Reversion. He's very talented. As for your second question, can I play it on piano? Maybe. I haven't touched a keyboard in a bit, and I only remember how to play one song because of how long it has been. But the fact I can still play that song means there's still muscle memory there, so I probably could learn how to play this, but it sounds like it would be... It sounds like it might be a little complex, but I could probably figure it out. Haunted by Screams. Yep, that's by Mew. That's this one. And it's the one we will start with as we start Gateway to the Mind. Now, I remember this one being really good, written by an anonymous author, so we don't have a name here. I remember it being really good. And there's a video here. If there's a video provided, I'll put it on screen, because why not? It's thematic. Sorry, I didn't mean for you to hear that. Yeah, if there's a video here. Any creepypasta that has a video associated with it, I'm gonna use as the background while I read. So let me just make sure this video is all good. This video, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? Can I show this on Twitch? I'm sure it's fine, right? I'm not gonna get in trouble. It's taken like 7 years to download for some reason. Oh, there we go. Okay. Media source. Here is the Gateway to the Mind video footage. This is what we're looking at, I guess. Alright. Gateway to the Mind. Let's get into it. In 1983, a team of deeply pious scientists conducted a radical experiment in an undisclosed facility. The scientists had theorized that a human without access to any of their senses or ways to perceive stimuli would be able to perceive the presence of God. Is my voice okay? Or is the music too loud? Hold on. Let me read a sentence again. There might be an echo. The scientists had theorized that a human without access to any senses or ways to perceive stimuli. Okay, yeah, my voice is fine. Yeah, it is just a guy covered in clay, you're right, but it looks like a snuff tape. Alright. It's like an art piece. Dude's a fish. Fish man. Alright, let me get back to it. Perceive the presence of God. Alright. They believe that 5 senses clouded our awareness of eternity. And without them, a human could actually establish contact with God by thought. An elderly man who claimed to have nothing left to live for was the only test subject to volunteer. To purge him of all of senses, the scientists performed a complex operation in which every sensory nerve connection to the brain was surgically severed. Although the test subject retained full muscular function, he could not see, hear, taste, smell, or feel. With no possible way to... First of all, I don't know how you could do that without severing the brain, because you feel through all of your nerves, and I don't think there's one direct nerve you can sever that wouldn't kill you. But I'll let it slide. The music is very appropriate for both the video and the story. I know, right? I don't know how creepypasta music fits perfectly, like, literally every time, but it's great. With no possible way to communicate with or even sense the outside world, He was alone with his thoughts. Scientists monitored him as he spoke aloud about the state of mind in jumbled, slurred sentences that he couldn't even hear. After 4 days, the man claimed to be hearing hushed, unintelligible voices in his head. Assuming it was the onset of psychosis, the scientists paid little attention to the man's concerns. 2 days later, however, the man cried that he could hear his dead wife speaking with him. And even more, he could communicate back. The scientists were intrigued, but were not convinced until the subject started naming dead relatives of the scientists. He repeated personal information to the scientists that only their dead spouses and parents would have known. At this point, a sizable portion of scientists left the study. Are you fucking kidding me? I would too. Take a sip of water. After a week of conversing with the deceased through his thoughts, the subject became distressed, saying the voices were overwhelming. In every waking moment, his consciousness was bombarded by hundreds of voices that refused to leave him alone. He frequently threw himself against the wall, trying to elicit a pain response. He begged the scientists for sedatives so he could escape the voices by sleeping. This tactic worked for 3 days until he started having severe night terrors. The subject repeatedly said that he could see and hear the deceased in his dreams. Only a day later, the subject began to scream and claw at his non-functional eyes, hoping to sense something in the physical world. The hysterical subject now said the voices of the dead were deafening and hostile, speaking of hell and the end of the world. At one point he yelled, "No heaven! No forgiveness!" for 5 hours straight. He continually begged to be killed, but the scientists were convinced that he was close to establishing contact with God. Yes, this is also by Mew. It's called On the Chain, and the art looks a little sad. It's like an angel on her knees, chains holding her, and her wings, I believe, turning black. So, fallen angel. After another day, the subject could no longer form coherent sentences. Seemingly mad, he started to bite off chunks of flesh from his arm. The scientists rushed into the test chamber and restrained him to a table so he could not kill himself. After a few hours of being tied down, the subject halted his struggling and screaming. He stared blankly at the ceiling as teardrops silently streaked across his face. For 2 weeks, the subject had to be manually rehydrated due to the constant crying. Eventually, he turned his head, and despite his blindness, made focused eye contact with the scientist for the first time in the study. He whispered, "I have spoken with God, and he has abandoned us." And his vital signs stopped. There was no apparent cause of death. And that is Gateway to the Mind. Short, sweet, suspending your disbelief to allow yourself to be like, yes, this can happen, is a necessity. But, fire. I can't play this next one. This is from a movie. We'll jump past that. We're saving It's a Small World until I read Abandoned by Disney. It literally says Abandoned by Disney, so he made it for Abandoned by Disney. So we'll play that one when we get to it. I'll just jump to something wrong. But yeah, very short, very sweet. I think it's rad. We're 5 for 5 now. I was expecting to read dog shit because there is dog shit, but we have not encountered it yet. We're going to. I am purposely going to read one of the worst stories I've read in my life soon. You know what? We have held off on it enough, I think. And is it short? Oh, wait, actually, it depends on how long it is. How long is this? 23 minutes? That's not short. I mean, it's short compared to Ben Drowned, but... black wings are a sign of an angel either being a dark angel or falling from grace. Yes. I know. Oh, let's read Laughing. Oh, yes. I want to read this one. I want to read this one because I've seen it around. I've seen people. We're going to switch the video back. I've seen it around. I've seen people talking about it. And I've seen... he's like... When you see, like, creepypasta characters plastered on a banner or something, it's always like Slenderman, Jeff the Killer, Eyeless Jack, Smile Dog, and this guy. Laughing Jack. I've never read Laughing Jack. I don't remember this part of the song. Oh wait, yes I do. This is like the best part of the song, actually. There is no video associated with Laughing Jack, so I'm gonna have to use the stock Spooky Forest. But I've never read this. I've seen Laughing Jack everywhere. He was in Creepypasta Land, that fucking train wreck of a game. He's kind of like one of the poster children for, you know what, I had the Rake in the corner when I read the Rake. I'll put Laughing Jack in the corner so we have a visual other than the forest. Just so we have something to look at. Why does he look like... Oh, that's a cosplayer. I was gonna say, why does he look like just some emo guy? I mean, he still looks like just some emo guy. Is there like an original image? I don't want to just like snag someone's fan art of him. Like, I mean, I guess I could. I guess I could take an image and then. Oh, this is from the wiki. I'll use this image. This one is from the wiki. And then we'll plaster them in the corner so that we have a little visual of our creepypasta boy of the time. Ew. Look at this fucking guy, Jesus. Alright, you can sit, my esteemed guest, while we talk about you, you can sit in the corner. just so we have a little visual about who we're talking about. A scary circus would work for a background image. You know what? You might be right. Let me look up creepy circus stock footage. Next time I do creepypasta reading, because I am going to do another one of these, because this is fun as hell. This is just some guy's vlog. Creepy clown silent film free stock footage. Ew, what the fuck? Who is this guy? I don't see... I could use this one. It's not really horror. But you know what? I can make it work. I can make it work. I'll slap this on for this story. Just give it a second to convert. I recognize this one. I've heard this one so often. Let's get that downloaded. And it's not necessarily scary, but it should fit. Here we go. How about that? A little flashy, a little bright, but a carnival. And it's like blurry, so it has like these Pop Goes the Weasel is associated with him. I think Mew has that. We're really getting into the Laughing Jack vibe, huh? Yep, Mew, Laughing Jack theme. It literally says Laughing Jack's theme. Oh god, no. Okay. Well, this is what we're looking at and listening to while I read this. Okay. Alright. I didn't know he had a theme. I know Jeff the Killer's theme is like Sweet Dreams Are Made of These for some reason. I guess because he tells you to go sleep, whatever. Alright. Okay. Laughing Jack. Let's fucking get it. Let's do it. It was a nice summer day. My 5-year-old son, James, was playing outside in the backyard of our suburban home. James has always been a quiet boy. He plays by himself mostly. He never had many friends. But he's always had a wild imagination. I was in the kitchen feeding our dog Fido when Is that too loud compared to my voice? I always worry about this shit. No, that's fine. I don't know why I freak out about it, because I want to give you the best content possible. That's why I always freak out. I was in the kitchen feeding our dog Fido when I heard what sounded like James talking to someone in the backyard. I'm not sure who it was he could be talking to. Could he have finally made a friend? Being a single mom is so hard for me to always keep an eye on my son, so I decided to go outside and check on him. When I went into the backyard, I was a bit confused, because James was the only person back there. Was he talking to himself? I could have sworn I heard another voice. James, it's time to come inside, I called out to him. He came inside and sat down at the kitchen table. It was about lunchtime, so I decided to make him a turkey sandwich. James, who are you talking to out there? I asked. James looked up a moment. I was playing with my new friend, he said, smiling. I poured him some milk and continued to pry, as any good mother would. Does your friend have a name? Why didn't you ask him to have lunch with us? I asked. James stared at me a moment before replying, His name is Laughing Jack. I was a bit taken aback by what he had said. Oh? That's a strange name. What does your friend look like? I don't... I'll comment after the paragraph. I asked a bit confused. He's a clown. He has long hair and a big swirly cone nose. He's got long arms and baggy pants with stripy socks, and he always smiles. I realized my son was talking about an imaginary friend. I suppose it's normal for kids his age to have imaginary friends, especially when he has no real kids to play with. It's probably just a phase. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit because it's a little... I don't know if shrieky is the right word, but the keys are higher pitched. Okay, paragraph over. I need to make a comment because it will drive me literally insane if I don't. Why is Laughing Jack a weird name for an imaginary friend? Hi, Smitten Kitten. I know this is already strange, isn't it? Why is Laughing Jack such a weird name for an imaginary friend? Also, she saw him talking to dead air, to nothing, and she came to the conclusion, oh, it must be an imaginary friend, after he said his name is Laughing Jack. Because here's the thing, I thought she was, like, playing along at first. I thought she was like, oh, and you didn't invite your friend to dinner? Because she's a good mom. Hi, Smitten. Because she's a good mom, and she's trying to interact with her kid. But as that paragraph went on, I'm starting to think she's just, like, kind of stupid. But I'll hold my reservations. I'll keep going. I'll keep reading. Cast final judgment once all is read, right? The rest of the day went by as per usual, and it was starting to get late, so I put James to bed. Can you not, like, purr directly into the mic? I know you're a happy kitty, but I'm reading a story. The viewers are supposed to be scared, and you being cute is comforting them. You need to lay down over here. Yes, good kitty. The rest of the day went by as per usual, and it was starting to get late, so I put James to bed. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, and made sure to turn on his nightlight before I closed the door. I was pretty tired myself, so I decided to go to bed not long after. I had an awful nightmare. It was dark. I was in some kind of rundown amusement park. I was scared, running through an endless field of empty tents, broken down rides, and abandoned game huts. The whole place had a horrible look to it. Everything was black and white. The prize stuffed animals all hung from nooses in the game huts, all with sick grins stitched to their faces. It felt like the whole park was looking at me, even though there wasn't another living thing in sight. Then suddenly I began to hear the music play. The sounds of Pop Goes the Weasel, being played on a squeeze box, echoed through the park. It was hypnotizing. I followed its tune to the circus tent, almost in a trance, unable to stop my legs from moving forward. It was pitch black. The only light came from a single spotlight, shining on the center of the big top. As I walked towards the light, the music slowed down. I found myself singing along, unable to stop. I'm gonna wait for it to repeat before I join in here. Round the mulberry bush, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought 'twas all in good fun. The music stopped right before its climax, and suddenly the lights shot on. An intensity of the lights was practically blinding. All I could see was a small dark silhouette shuffling towards me. Then another one appeared, and another, and another. There were dozens of them, all coming toward me. I couldn't move, my legs were frozen. All I could do was watch as the haunting figures drew nearer. As they got closer, I could see... They were children! That's in all caps, for some reason, by the way. I think the writer was trying to make the revelation hit harder by making the revelation in all caps, but it doesn't really work that way. It would have been more chilling if it was just in regular text. I told you his song was a good choice. I mean, it's literally his theme. Thanks for making me aware of it. As I looked at each one, I noticed they were all horribly disfigured and mutilated. Some had cuts all over their bodies, others were severely burnt, and others were missing limbs, even eyes. The children enveloped me, clawing at my flesh, dragging me to the ground and tearing inside me. As the children tore me apart and I faded away, all I could hear was laughter. A horrible, awful, evil laughter. I woke up the next morning in a cold sweat. After taking a few deep breaths, I looked over and saw that a few of James's action figures were positioned facing me on top of my nightstand. I sighed. James had probably woken up early and put these here. I gathered up the toys and made my way to James's room. However, when I opened the door, James was sound asleep. I just shrugged and placed the toys back into his toy box and headed out to the living room. A little while later, James woke up and I made him breakfast. He was quiet and seemed a bit groggy. Perhaps he didn't sleep well either, so I decided to ask him about his toys. James, honey, did you put the toys in Mommy's room this morning? His eyes shot up at me for a moment, and then quickly glanced back down at cereal. Laughing Jack did it. I rolled my eyes and responded, Well, you tell Laughing Jack to keep the toys in your room. James nodded and finished up his breakfast, then decided to go play out in the backyard. I went to relax in the living room, and I must have dozed off because I woke up a couple of hours later. Shit! I need to check on James. I was a bit worried. It had been over 2 hours and I haven't checked on him. I stepped out into the backyard, but James wasn't there anymore. That's how it's written. I was getting nervous, so I called out to him. James! James, where are you?
Jason!
Just then, I heard a giggle come from the front yard. I rushed through the gate around the front of the house. James was sitting on the sidewalk. I breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to him. James, how many times have I told you to stay in the backyard? James? What are you eating? James looked up at me and then reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of hard candies in all colors. This made me very nervous, as it fucking should be. What? Where are we going with this? James, who gave you that candy? James just stared at me, not speaking. James, please tell Mommy where you got that candy. James hung his head down and said, Laughing Jack gave it to me. My heart sunk. I kneeled down to look him in the eye. James, I've had enough of this damn Laughing Jack thing. He is not real. Now, this is a very serious situation, and I need to know who gave you the candy. I could see my son's eyes tear up. But Mama, Laughing Jack did give me the candy. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. James has never lied to me, but what's he telling me is impossible. I make him spit out the candy and I throw the rest away. James appeared to be fine. Maybe I just overreacted after all. He could have gotten it from Tom and Linda from next door, or Mr. Walker down the street. So go confirm. As the wonderful mother that you are able to be and should be, go to the neighbor and ask if they gave him candy. Like right now. Either way, I'm gonna have to keep a closer eye on James. That night I put James to bed as usual, and decided to go to bed early myself. Suddenly I was woken up by a loud bang coming from the kitchen. I sprung out of bed and hurried down the stairs. When I got to the kitchen, I was horrified. Everything on the counters had been thrown to the floor, and our dog Fido hung dead from the light fixture. What? Bro! Dude hung the dog. Okay, I have an image in my head that I know isn't really what's happening, but I'm imagining a dog hanging from a ceiling fan, just flying around in circles. Oh, God, what the fuck? He killed their dog. His stomach was cut open and stuffed with candy. The same type that James... I shouldn't be laughing, sorry, hold on. The same type that James was eating earlier that day. My shock was quickly broken by a sharp scream coming from James's room, followed by loud crashes. I quickly grabbed a knife from the drawer and moved up the stairs with the speed that only a mother whose child was in danger could have. Because that's literally what you are. Continue. I burst through the door and flicked on the lights. Everything in the room was knocked over and tossed on the floor. My poor son in his bed, crying and shaking with fear, a pool of urine staining the sheets. I scooped my child up and ran out of the house and went next door to Tom and Linda's house. Luckily, they were still awake. I want to say something, but I'll save it. No, you know what? I'll say it now. I thought that said alive for a second there. I thought the sentence was going to say, luckily they're still alive, and I almost laughed my ass off again. A potato flew around my room. Where was... Oh, yeah. They let me use their phone, and I called the police. It didn't take them long to arrive, and I explained what had happened. They looked at me as if I was crazy. There is a dead dog in the house. Show them the dead... Although, then who would they blame it on? Well, they searched the house, but all they found was a dead dog, yeah, and 2 trashed rooms. Uh-huh. The officer told me that someone had probably gotten into the house and done this right before making a quick escape when they heard me coming up the stairs. I knew it wasn't true. Why? All the doors were locked and none of the windows were open. Whatever was in my house didn't come from outside. That is a bold assumption. How do you know that they don't have like a secret way to get in and out or something? I feel like it would be way more possible that someone broke into my house and killed my dog and then ran when they heard me than I would believe some ghost clown did it. Although maybe I would die then, but whatever. The next day, James stayed inside. I didn't want him to leave my sight. I went into the garage and found his old baby monitor and set it up in his room if anything comes into it tonight. I was gonna be able to hear it. I went to the kitchen and grabbed the largest knife from the drawer and put it on my nightstand. Imaginary friend or not, I'm not letting anything hurt my little boy. Soon enough, night came. I had put James to bed. He was afraid, but I promised him that I wasn't going to let anything happen to him. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, and turned on the nightlight. Before closing the door, I whispered to him, "Good night, James. I love you." This kid's dead. The ma said, the single ma said I love you to the kid in a horror scenario. He's dead. Also, stay in the room with him. Sleep in a chair or something. Why on earth would you leave this kid alone? It's like in Paranormal Activity 2 when they just wouldn't stay in the baby's room even though he kept getting like harassed by an actual demon. It's absurd. I tried to stay up as long as I could, but after a few hours, I felt myself drifting off. My baby would be safe for the night, and I needed to sleep. Oh, they're really doubling down on how dead he is. Just as I lay my head on the pillow, I heard a soft noise coming from the baby monitor I had put on my nightstand. At first, it sounded like interference, like the kind a radio would make. Then it turned into a soft moan. Was James asleep? Then I heard it. The laugh from my nightmare. That horrible laugh. I sprung up from the bed and grabbed my knife from under the pillow. I rushed over to James's room and creaked the door open. I tried the light switch, but it wouldn't come on. I took a step in. Yeah, let him sleep in the parents' room, exactly. I took a step in. I could feel the warm, thick liquid on my feet. Suddenly, James's nightlight came on, and I could see the absolute horror laid out in front of me. James's body was nailed up on the wall. The nails piercing through his hands and feet. They fucking crucified him? His chest was cut wide open, and his organs hung down to the floor. His eyes and tongue had been removed, along with most of his teeth. I was disgusted. You should be a lot more than disgusted right now. I could hardly believe this was my baby boy. Then I heard it again. The soft, desperate moan. James was still alive! All in caps. Again, by the way, this is the second time he put, like, a revelation in all caps to scare you harder. My baby, my poor baby. How is he alive, might I ask, by the way? His organs are removed from his body. He shouldn't... Whatever. My baby, my poor baby. In so much pain, barely clinging to life. I ran across the room and vomited on the floor. But my sickness was interrupted by a horrible cackle coming from behind me. I spun around while still wiping bile from my mouth. Then out of the shadows emerged the fiend responsible for all this horror. Laughing Jack. His ghost white skin and matted black hair hung down to his shoulders. Does it? Yeah. He had piercing white eyes surrounded by dark black rings. His twisted smile revealed rows of sharp, jagged teeth. And his skin didn't look like skin at all. It almost looked like rubber or plastic. He wore a patchy black and white clown outfit with striped sleeves and socks. His body itself was grotesque. His long arms hanging down past his waist, and the way he was poised made him look almost boneless, like a ragdoll. He let out a sickening laugh as if to let me know he was pleased with my reaction to his work. He then turned around slowly in front of James and began to laugh even more at the horrific sight he's laid out. That was enough to shake me from my terror. I snapped. Get away from him, you bastard! I rushed at the monster, raising the knife above my head. You had a knife? Above my head and stabbed down at him. But as soon as the knife touched him, he disappeared in a cloud of black smoke. Oh, badass. edgy, black smoke disappearing, total, so anime. The knife passed right through, then pierced James's still beating heart, splashing. Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. There's a child dying. This is tragic. This isn't goofy. This is tragic. You understand, guys? This is horribly tragic. Take this seriously, damn it. The knife passed right through and pierced James' still beating heart, splashing the warm blood on my face. No, what have I done? My baby, I killed my baby. I immediately fell to my knees and I could hear sirens in the distance growing louder. My boy, my sweet baby boy. I promised Mommy would protect you, but I failed. I'm sorry, James. I'm so sorry. Police soon arrived to find me in front of my son, still wielding the knife covered in my baby's blood. The trial was short. Insanity. I was placed in a... what the fuck? In the Phyrophilus house for the criminally insane, where I have been for the past 2 months. It's not so bad here. The only reason I'm awake now is because someone is playing Pop Goes the Weasel outside my window. I'll talk to the orderlies about it in the morning. And that is Laughing Jack. Hate to say it, think we found our first stinker. I didn't like... I mean, it was fun, right? And look at that. The song ended right on time. It was fun. It was funny. I don't know why the mother tripping over herself and stabbing her son in the heart is so funny to me, but I don't think that kid was surviving anyway. I think that kid was very much fucked either way. Let's get Mew back in here. Well, that was Mew, but let's get, like, you know, the other stuff back in here. We're in transition phase now. So this creepypasta suffers from the kind of thing that I always find about creepypastas that aren't really written as well. And that's it goes for shock and dark themes without really understanding the depth of those dark themes. So, like, when you see a kid, like, mutilated, his organs hanging out, and he's still alive and whatever, it's fucked up. But when it's like, oh, I just walked in a room and this thing killed my son, it's funny because we're sick fucks. Yeah, exactly. Especially when he types out the sentence, "He was still alive," in all caps. It's like he's directly yelling at the reader, be scared, this is fucked up, be scared. But nothing really led up to the moment. It was basically just, there's a spooky clown, I had a dream of dead kids, my child's dead now. And that was it. It was just those 3 jumps. There was nothing really to it. And you can also tell the way at the end of the story he went into deep detail about the character, and then the character disappeared in a puff of black smoke. The story is more about shock factor and trying to write a cool sounding character. I didn't like that one very much. It was kind of goofy, in my opinion. The fact that the kid died by the mother stabbing his heart by accident, trying to stab the clown, is so funny. It's so stupidly funny. It's like a fucking Looney Tunes skit to me in my head. So that one didn't hit for me, Laughing Jack. I don't know if I would like that one as a kid, like when creepypastas were all huge. But yeah, that's the first, that is the first, I would say, stinker out of these ones. There's another one here called Candle Jack. This one is literally 3 paragraphs. I don't know what Candle Jack is. So we're gonna throw on, and since it's so short, this is like a 4-minute one. I'm gonna throw on this one. I bet you recognize this one. I don't even know if I should even update the text because it's a 3-paragraph story, but I'll do it anyway. Candle Jack. We have a lot of Jacks, don't we? We have Laughing Jack, Eyeless Jack, and Candle Jack. Laughing Jack has an origin story, but it's mostly gore and senseless violence. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's just gore and senseless violence. To the point where I can't take it seriously, to where it's funny. It's kind of like Cupcakes in that regard, except the thing about Cupcakes is that Cupcakes is funny as hell just because of its content. We can read that one next, actually, if you want to. I can read Cupcakes next. With that being said, we're gonna read Candlejack first, because this one is so short, it might not even count as a 3 shorts before the long. So I'm just gonna read this, 3 quick paragraphs. He who should really not be named, Candlejack. In this world, there exists a spirit, neither male nor female. The spirit is covered with a dark cloth, with a separate white cloth to cover its head. It is said to carry an enormous brown burlap sack. Sorry. In which it holds its victims. It is said that the second its name has been called out, either directly or indirectly, oh, I'm fucked, the person is collected and becomes the property of the spirit. I don't know, depends what it wants to do with me. Never mind, forget it, joke aborted. Many who have witnessed its appearance have been said to have gone insane and were later found with their eyes gouged out. Okay, never mind. I don't want Candle Jack's spooky sack no more. This spirit is very, very real, and failure to prevent the mention of its name will cause Candle Jack to come and whisk you away. And that's it. It cuts off right there. The top comment. The top comment from Mayo. If I read it in my head, does that mean anything? I know it's a creepypasta, not real, but I still get chills. Okay, so this is basically just, there's a demon, if you say its name, you die. The end. That sucked. That was so bad. Alright. It's literally one of those things that you post in like a comment section or something to have children be like, oh my god, I said its name, oh no, I'm so dead, oh my god. That's like the whole, you know what I mean? What, you don't want Santa's sack? I mean, I might want Santa's sack, but I don't want Candlejack's sack. Alright. What the fuck is Ikbar Biglistini? This is 6 minutes. This wasn't on my list. Maybe I can do that in a sequel. Whatever the fuck that is. I think next I'm gonna read... Not Lavender Town Syndrome. Mr. Widemouth I never read. I heard that one was pretty good. No End House is fire, but that one's really long. Rap Rat actually used to scare me as a kid. Rugrats Theory, Robert the Doll. We already read Slenderman. Oh my god, Sonic EXE. We have to read Sonic EXE at some point. Either in this episode or another episode, but that... Like, we have to. At some point. 18 minutes? That's not that long. Should we do it? Should we do Sonic EXE next? You know what? But it's longer. It's not like Ben where it's like 40 minutes, but it is. Fuck it. We're here to read creepypastas, aren't we? How can I ignore one of the classics when I have the opportunity to? Plus, also it's because it's gaming. Robert the Doll is a real thing. Yeah, I know, in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, right? I want to visit him. I'm not scared of ghosts, and even if he decides to spook me to death, I'll, you know. Alright, so I'm gonna put on something a little different. There's actually Sonic EXE songs. What does this sound like? Yeah. So I got a whole thing here. We're gonna read Sonic EXE. I don't know if I'm gonna have a visual that isn't this. See, I wish I knew people like Creepcast knew people, so I could get people to do custom 3D animations for this shit. I don't think I'll be able to get Sonic EXE footage without just, like, ripping someone's gameplay, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to just, like, steal someone's footage, you know what I mean? Because that's not cool if I just, like, steal from people. I forgot Markiplier played Sonic and Sally.exe. That's so insane to think. What the fuck is this? Okay. All right, I'm going to ignore that now. We'll just keep the forest for now, I guess. Because I don't want to steal someone's gameplay footage. I would have recorded my own in advance if I knew I was going to need it, but you know, it is what it is. What I will do, however, is go to look up Sonic EXE and put a little picture of him in the corner of like the title screen here. Just so we have some visual associated with it. There he is. There's our boy. Sega 666. Oh, God. All right. So I want to play these songs where they come up. Which one is this one? Yeah, we'll do this. Okay. Sonic.exe. And then there's a little flavor text here before the actual creepypasta. I'll read it. For you, gaming is about escape. When you push the buttons on the console, switch the PC on, you're switching the real world off and escaping to somewhere else for a while. Recently, the bright primary colors and flat backgrounds of retro games have been your escape. Sure, the graphics are virtually primitive, and the plinky-plonk music can be infuriating, but there's something about the simplicity, the fullness of the characters, and the amazing gameplay of those games that really appeals. Until that is, one of those games full of bright sunshine days suddenly turns dark. Excuse me. Until one of your favorite characters fills the screen. But instead of offering you his usual wide smile and mischievous eyes, he instead offers you emptiness, terror, and a dark hollow void of empty sockets that leave something awful fluid. The music fades. The eyeless face glares out at you. Realize far too late. And you realize far too late. You're in his world now. Alright. Sonic.exe. Let's get it. Wait. I'm working on getting a laptop, so I might be able to help with those 3D animations eventually. That would be sick, dude. That would be fucking awesome. I would really... I would fucking pay you for them. Alright, let's get into it. Sonic.exe. Bada boo boo boo. So I'm ashamed to admit, this one did scare me as a kid. I don't know why. I know it sucks. This is gonna be a really funny read, so let's jump into this shit. I'm a total Sonic the Hedgehog fan, much like everyone else. I like the newer games, but I don't mind playing the classics. I don't think I've ever played glitchy or hacked games before, though I don't think I want to play any after the experience I had. It started on a nice summer afternoon. I was playing Sonic Unleashed. I liked how you got to explore the towns in it, until I noticed on my peripheral vision that the mailman had arrived and put something in my mailbox as usual and left. I paused my game. I already love how this is written, by the way. I don't know what it is. I'm already cracking up. I paused my game to see what I got in the mail. The only thing in the mailbox was a CD case for the computers and a note. I took it inside. I looked at the note first and realized it was from my dear friend Kyle. Hey, that's me! Let's just call him that. Whom I hadn't heard from in 2 weeks. I know that because I recognized his handwriting, though what was weird is how it looked. It looked badly written and scratchy and somewhat difficult to read, as if Kyle was having a hard time writing it down and did it in a hurry. How do you know your friend's handwriting so well that when it's fucked up, you still know it's him? Can I just say, bros for life, I guess. This is what he wrote. Tom, I can't take it anymore. I had to get rid of this thing somehow before it was too late, and I was hoping you'd do it for me. I can't do it. He's after me. And if you don't destroy the CD, he'll come after you too. He's too fast for me. He's too fast for me. You're too slow. Please, Tom, destroy this godforsaken disc before he comes after you too. It's too late for me. Apparently, he's not fast enough to stop you from writing this note and mailing the disc. It's too late for me too. Destroy the disc, and you'll destroy him. But do it quick, otherwise he'll catch you. Don't even play the game. It's what he wants. Just destroy it. Please. Signed, Kyle. At least he's still formal in his final moments. Well, that was certainly weird. Well, that was certainly weird. Even though Kyle is my best friend and I haven't seen him in 2 weeks, I didn't do what he asked me. I didn't think that simple gaming disc would do anything bad to him. He gotta go fast in my Hummer. I didn't think that a simple gaming disc would do anything bad to him. After all, it's just a game, right? Boy, was I wrong about that, Hooba Dooba. No one's gonna know what we're referencing. That's such a like obscure fucking series. He uploaded a compilation of all of them. It's called Sonic Zombies: The All of Them, which is an amazing title for a shitpost. Anyway, I looked at the disc and it looked like any ordinary computer CDR disc, except it had a black marker on it written Sonic.exe, and it was much unlike Kyle's handwriting, meaning that he must have gotten it from somewhere else, like a pawn shop or eBay. When I saw Sonic on the writing of the CD, I was actually excited and wanted to play it. Since I'm a big Sonic fan, you have already established that in paragraph 1, my friend. I went up to my room and turned on my computer and put the disc in and installed the game. Were there Sonic CDs? Was there like a Sonic 1 as a CD? I thought it was Genesis. I thought it was Genesis cartridges. Not that I don't believe that there isn't a Sonic CD, but I thought they just had cartridges. Maybe there is a Sonic CD. Wasn't Sonic CD the first Sonic on a CD? Isn't that like whatever? When the title screen popped up, I noticed that it was the first Sonic game. I was like, awesome, because like I said earlier, I like the classics. The first thing I noticed that was out of place was when I pressed start, there was a split second where the title image turned into something much different. Something I now consider horrifying before cutting to black. I remember what the image looked like. In that split second before the game cut to black, the sky had darkened, the title emblem was rusted and ruined, the Sega 1991 now instead Sega 666. And the water had turned red, like blood, except it looked hyper-realistic. Oh my god, hyper-realism. Everything is hyper-realistic. He looked at me with his hyper-realistic eyes and gave me a hyper-realistic smile while he hyper-realistically fucked my wife. Oh, God. No, this is Tom talking. I'm Kyle. I'm the one who died. I don't have another best friend. I'm dead. He was too fast for me. I'm too slow. I was too slow, man. I was too slow. I gotta speed it up, man. Oh, my God. Okay. Reel it in. Reel it in. Here we go. Reel it in. Ugh. But the freakiest thing that was in a split-second frame was Sonic. His eyes were pitch... Sorry, I thought... his eyes were pitch black and bleeding with two glowing red dots staring right at me, all caps. And his smile had stretched wider up to the edge of his face. I was rather disturbed about that image when I saw it, though I figured that it was just a glitch and forgot about it. After it cut to black, it stayed there for about 10 seconds or so. I timed it, and then another weird thing happened. The save file selected from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 popped up, and I was like, what the fuck? What is this doing in the first Sonic game? Yes, cause that's something you need to worry about after witnessing the hyper-realism. How do you think I feel knowing Team for Affinity fucked my wife? God, I love that dub. Oh my god, that dub is a national treasure. Ugh. Anyway, then I noticed something off, as opposed to everything else that has been off. The background was the dark, cloudy sky of the Bad Stardust Speedway level from Sonic CD, and there were only 3 save files. The music was that creepy Caverns of Winter music. Hold on. There we go. The music was that creepy Caverns of Winter music from Earthbound, only it was extended and seemed to have been in reverse. I can't play it in reverse, unfortunately. And the image for the save file where you see a preview of the level you're on is just red static for all 3 files. What freaked me out more was the character select. It showed only Tails, Knuckles, and to my surprise, Dr. Robotnik. Now, I was sure that something was up. Now I was sure. Now he was sure something was up. Now I'm sure something was up. I mean, how can you play as Robotnik in a classic Sonic game, for crying out loud? I think our main character has brain atrophy. Alright. That's when I realized that this wasn't a glitchy game. It was a hacked game. Yeah, it definitely looked hacked. It was really creepy, but as a smart gamer, I wasn't scared. Or at least I tried not to be. Oh my god, this fucking story. I told myself that it was just a hacked game and there's nothing wrong with that. Anyways, shaking off the creeped out feeling, I picked file 1 and chose Tails. When I selected and got started. The game froze for about 5 seconds, timed it again, and I heard a creepy pixelated laugh that sounded an awful lot like that Kefka guy from Final Fantasy before cutting to black. The screen stayed black for about 10 seconds. I time every time the screen goes black, or more. And then it showed the typical level title thing, except the simplistic shapes were different shades of red, and the text showed only Hill, Act 1. Music change. Meow. Meow. Here we go. There we go. It's so scary, don't you think? True horror is not understood by anyone but Sonic fans. The music was different though. It sounded like a peaceful melody in reverse. Anyway, I started playing and had Tails start running like you would in any of the classic Sonic games. Peanut, get away from the words on the screen, please. Cat, I'm reading here. Alright, thank you. Anyway, I started playing and had Tails start running like you would in any of the classic Sonic games. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm losing my fucking mind already. Anyways, I started playing and had Tails start running like you would in any of the classic Sonic games. What was odd was that, as Tails was running along, the level, there was nothing but flat ground and a few trees for 5 minutes. That was when the peaceful music started to lower down into slow, deep tones, very slowly as I kept going. I suddenly saw something and I stopped to see what it was. It was one of the small animals lying dead on the ground, bleeding. That was when the music started to slow down. Hold on. Don't worry, I gotcha. Slowed down music. Peanut, alright, hold on. I have to remove my cat. Peanut! Come on! Whoop, whoop. I'm reading here. Get off the screen. Oh, I love him. But he gets in the way. You know, if you can hop on Discord, I could tell jokes with you. I want to keep the stream at the pace that it's been going from the start. But when I do a part 2, if you want, you can join in when we start that, and it can be you and me reading some stuff together. So we start that stream with you joined in, and then we end it with you joined in. But because I started this one alone, I want to keep the pace going, you know? Keep this is like the solo one, and then we can do a team one. The next time I'm going to do this is next Wednesday, if you're free, for part 2. I'm going to do Creepypasta readings on Creepypasta readings! I'm going to do Creepypasta readings on Wednesday, and then, horror games on Saturday. So, that's the plan. Ow, my fucking beard. Also, I don't know how I would show you... I would have to set it up, which is why I'd have to do it next stream anyway, because I don't know how to, I would have to set up a way for the stream to pick up the visuals I want it to, while also streaming to you the screen so you can see the words. Peanut, what did I say? Hey! Alright. Yeah, that's right. You better run. You better run! Or Sonic EXE will get you. Like this poor animal bleeding on the ground. That's when the music started to slow down. Tails had a shocked and saddened look on his face that I never saw him have before, so I had to move along. And... yeah, no, I know. I'll definitely do another team stream with you. I'm thinking, actually, when November hits, we can, do another Sonic Adventure stream, like we did a long time ago. I think I'm finally ready to suffer another story campaign of that. That was when the music started to slow down. Tails had a shocked and saddened look on his face that I never saw him have before. Hold on, I'm getting like really distracted for a moment. I gotta reel it in. Music's good, voice is good. Yeah, everyone can still hear me just fine. Baba boobity boobity babada. I gotta reel it in. Yes. All right. All right. Cracked nails, reeled in. Voice hurts. This voice sucks. I'm doing my Sonic fan voice. I don't know why I think Sonic fans sound like this. Alright. Tails had a shocked and saddened look on his face that I never saw him have before, so I had to move along, and he kept that worried look on his face. As he kept moving, I saw more dead animals as Tail moved past them, looking more and more worried as the music lowered. And he moved past more dead animals. I was shocked to see how they all died. They looked like somebody killed them in rather gruesome ways. A squirrel was hanging on a tree with what appeared to be his entrails hanging out. A bunny had all 4 of his limbs torn off, and a duck had his eyes gouged out and his throat slit. That's just normal hunter shit. I felt sick to my stomach when I saw this massacre, and apparently so did Tails. After a few more seconds, there were no more animals, and that music seemed to have stopped. Because they're radical, dude. Radical. I still kept Tails to continue. After a minute passed, after the music stopped, Tails was running up a hill and then stopped. It wasn't until I saw why. Sonic was there on the other side of the screen with his back against Tails and his eyes closed. Tails looked happy to see Sonic, but then his smile faltered, obviously noting that Sonic wasn't responding to him, if not acting as if he was totally oblivious to Tails' presence. Tails walked slowly towards Sonic, and I noticed that I wasn't even moving my keyboard to make a move. Ew, you're playing a Sonic game with keyboard controls? Die! So this had to have been a cutscene. There were not cutscenes in Sonic 1, were there? No, there was like one where you're chasing Robotnik down a hallway. Suddenly I began to have a growing feel of dread as Tails walked closer to Sonic to get his attention. I felt that Tails was in danger and something bad was gonna happen. I heard faint static growing louder as Tails was but inches away from Sonic and stopped and stuck his hand out to touch him. That foreboding feeling in my gut was growing stronger, and I felt the urge to tell Tails to get away from Sonic as the static grew louder. I love to imagine this kid screaming at his computer screen, "Run away, Tails! You gotta get out of there!" And his mom just bursts in through the door like, "Tom, what the fuck did I tell you about your tone? What did I tell you about your volume? You're adopted, Tom! No!" Suddenly, in a split second, I saw Sonic eyes open and they were black with those red glowing dots. Just like that title image. Though there wasn't a smile. When that happened, the screen turned black and the static sound was off. It stayed black for about 7 seconds, and then white text appeared forming a message saying... Should I say this in Sonic's voice? What my... Hey! Hello? Do you want to play with me? That's the worst Sonic impression. At this point, I was creeped out. I didn't want to continue with the game, but my curiosity got the better of me when I was taken to a different level with the title now saying hide and seek. Alright, I think we have new music now, right? Hold on, I gotta speed it up again. Alright, this is the music now. This time I was in the Angel Island level from Sonic 3, and it looked like everything was on fire. Tails looked as though he was scared out of his wits this time. He actually looked at me and made frantic gestures to me as if he wanted to get out of the area, and he was in as fast as possible. The game is talking to me. I hate to break it to you, Tom, but I think you're schizophrenic. I was starting to get freaked out by this. I mean, Tails was actually breaking the fourth wall, trying to tell me to get him out of there. So I pressed down on the arrow key as hard as I could and made him run as fast as he could. A pixelated version of that creepy theme when you meet Shadow of the Ark as Robotnik in Sonic Adventure 2 was playing, as I made Tails trek through the desolate forest, trying to help him escape from whatever he was trying to run from. Suddenly I heard that creepy laugh again. That awful Kefka laugh, right after 10 seconds have passed. Why is he so focused on how much time has passed for every beat? Imagine if I did that. My eyes opened after 3 seconds, and then after 5 seconds I sat up in my bed, and then after 10 seconds of regaining my consciousness, I took 2 seconds to swing my legs over the side of the bed, and then approximately 5 seconds to stand up before it took me 10 seconds to walk to the shower. Like, imagine if people talked like that. If someone spoke to me like that, I would make sure they were dead in 0.5 seconds, alright? I would fucking beat them with a lead pipe. Ugh. I helped Tails run through the forest, and then I started seeing flashes of Sonic popping everywhere. The screen, again with those black and red eyes. Here it comes, guys. Here it comes. Ready? The music changed to that suspenseful, drowning jingle as I see Sonic behind Tails, slowly gaining up on him, flying. Sonic wasn't running, he was flying. The flying pose his sprite was making looked very similar to Metal Sonic's flying pose from Sonic CD, except it was just Sonic, and he had the black and red eyes again. This time, he had the most deranged-looking grin on his face. He looked as though he was enjoying the torment he was giving the poor little fox as he gained up on him. Suddenly, when Tails tripped, another cutscene played. The music stopped and Sonic vanished. Tails laid there and started crying for 15 seconds. I timed it again. I time everything in my life for efficiency's sake. The scene was rather upsetting to watch, and I kind of teared up myself. But then Sonic appeared right in front of Tails and looked up in horror. Blood started to come down those blackened eyes of Sonic's as a grin slowly grew from his face as he looked down at the horrified fox. I could do nothing but watch. In a split second, Sonic lunged at Tails. Right before the screen went black, and there was a loud screeching. What'd I just do? Where'd my creepypasta go? I did the jump, right? Wait, did that not work? What did I do? I did. Wait, okay, hold on. I made a fucky wucky woo. I was trying to do a funny, and it failed. Wait, so why does that just close a tab? Where's my Wega? Oh, could you hear the jump scare but not see the Wega because it's in the back? Damn. I was so ready for that too. God damn it. Okay, hold on. Apparently, Control W closes tabs. I didn't know that. I didn't know it closed tabs. I was trying to jump scare you. Well, fuck me, I guess. Karma. Alright. Alright, I'm back. I made it back. I'm gonna play spooky music again now that Tails is dead. Okay. Am I back where I am? Hello, do you want to play with me? Press that. Suddenly I heard the creepy laugh again. The music changed. Okay. No more attempting to jump scare people. Just in a split second, Sonic lunged at Tails right before the screen went black. It was a loud, screeching noise that only lasted 5 seconds. The texture returned, only this time it said, "You're too slow! Wanna try again?" And then that god-awful laugh came with it. My throat is really starting to hurt doing this fucking Sonic voice, and I'm only halfway down the page, so if you don't mind, I'm gonna ease up a little bit on the voice acting. I was so shocked by what happened. Did Sonic murder Tails? No, he couldn't have. He and Tails are supposed to be friends, right? Why did Sonic do that to him? Maybe because you're playing a hacked game, as you put it, by some troll on the internet. Or maybe all of a sudden this is all real and Sonic is evil and killed Tails. In his alternate Hedgehog universe. I shook the shock off as I was brought back to the character select. The save file that had Tails was different. Tails was no longer in the box itself, but in the TV screen itself. Huh? Which was flickering with that of red static. Tails' expression scared me. His eyes were black and bleeding. His orange fur had gone black, and he had an expression of anguish on his face. Trying to ignore it, I picked Knuckles next. The laugh came again. And the screen cut to black again and stayed there for another 10 seconds. Enough with the seconds, my guy. Jesus. This time the level said, "You can't run." I was really freaked out by now. I couldn't really tell if this was a glitch or a hack or some kind of sick, twisted joke. Or anything, really, but despite my fear of what happened next, I kept playing. Okay, I think we have a new song now. This one. This is Silent Hill music. Also, this is not correct, it's this one. Oh my god, it's literally just Earthbound music. I like how this story takes... I mean, I don't like it, it's stupid. But I find it funny how this story takes just random shit from other games. It played the Earthbound music, and then the Kefka laugh from Final Fantasy, and it's... Oh god. The next level looked much different. It had the ground of Scrap Brain Zone, but the sky and background like the main menu. It had the dark, reddish, cloudy sky, but it was the music that creeped me out the most. It sounded like Gygas's theme right after you beat Pokey in Earthbound. I also noticed that Knuckles looked afraid, just like Tails did, though not as much. More rather, he looked a little unnerved. Okay. He broke the fourth wall just like Tails and looked as if he wasn't sure about going on. But I made him move anyway. Evil bastard. He ran down the straight pathway in this dark level. And as he did, the screen started to flicker red static a couple of times, and then that maddening laugh came again. Then after a few seconds of running, I noticed several bloodstains on the metallic ground. I felt a growing sense of fear again, thinking something horrible was going to happen to Knuckles. He looked nauseated, walking down this blood-stained road, and I still kept him going. Suddenly, Knuckles ran. Sonic appeared right in front of him with those black and red eyes, and then the red static appeared again. When the static vanished, showing nothing but a black screen with the text saying, "Found you!" I was now scared. Sonic found Knuckles already? What was going on? Anyway, red static Anyway, just anyways, red static came again, and then I was back to the level. Knuckles looked like he was panicking, and Sonic was nowhere to be found. And this time, that high-pitched squealing from Silent Hill 1's final boss was playing. Alright, here we go, now we're here. Was this some kind of boss battle with Sonic? I hope to God it wasn't, honestly. Okay, alright. This story is written so funnily to me. I'm dying. Suddenly, Sonic appeared right behind Knuckles in what appeared to be pixelated black smoke. It's with the black smoke again. I made Knuckles turn and then punch Sonic, but Sonic vanished in black pixelated smoke before I could even land a hit. That terrible laugh went off again, then Sonic appeared behind Knuckles again, and then I made him punch again, and Sonic vanished again, laughing. Knuckles was panicking even more, and even I felt like I was going crazy. I'm going crazy just reading this shit. Sonic was practically playing with us. He was playing a sick, twisted little mind game with me and Knuckles. Oh my god. How loud is this, actually? Am I deafening you? No, it's okay, sure, that's fine. Another cutscene played as Knuckles fell to his knees and clutched his head, sobbing. I felt his agony. Sonic was actually driving us both crazy. Add a third. I'm losing it here. And then in a split second, Sonic lunged at Knuckles, and the screen went black with another disoriented screeching noise that lasted for at least 3 seconds. Another message appeared. So many souls to play with, so little time. Wouldn't you agree? Alright, I'm gonna change this now. This one actually sounds good, surprisingly. Out of everything that came out of Sonic EXE, this song's actually, like, not horrible. What the hell? Just what was going on? I started to think Sonic was actually trying to talk to me through the game. But I was too scared to think that. I was brought back to the main menu, and this time, Okay, hold on. You're telling me that you're trying to brush off the idea that Sonic is talking directly to you. Sonic the Hedgehog, mind you. The pixelated video game extraordinaire is speaking to you. You're trying to brush this off, but you're completely okay with the idea of Tails and Knuckles, also esteemed colorful Sonic the Hedgehog characters, looking at you and begging for you to get them out of this mess. And that you believe, but you can't believe that Sonic is talking to you. Okay, I get it. I was brought back to the main menu, and this time the second file box had Knuckles in the TV screen. His red fur had darkened to a reddish gray. His dreadlocks were... Would you consider the things on his head dreadlocks? Okay. His dreadlocks were dripping with blood, and his eyes were black and bleeding too. And he had a look of sadness on his face. I began to think that those are the actual characters trapped in those TV screens on the save file, but I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. You better start believing in ghost stories, Mrs. Turner. You're in one. So I shut off the game and took a break. Good, don't turn it back on. If you were intelligent, you would leave the game off and you would shatter the CD like I said before I got caught by Sonic. I took a nap. I wish I hadn't, because then I started to have the most disturbing nightmare. I was in pitch black darkness, though I was under the light given off by a lamp that hung high above my head. So you're not in pitch black darkness. I could hear the cries of Knuckles and Tails nearby. They were saying stuff like, "Help us!" and "Why didn't you give us to him?" and "Run away before he gets you too!" Their cries died out as then I heard Sonic's laugh. His laugh. It sounded a lot like the distorted Kefka laugh. You have to keep bringing up that it's Kefka for some reason. Like, we really need to know that it's Kefka's laugh. "You're a lot of fun to play with, kid. Just like your friend Kyle, though he didn't last long." Excuse your fucking pardon, Sonic. You know what? I'm not even gonna follow through with that joke. Never mind. I'm not gonna follow through with that one. I was scared and looking around for the source of the voice. "Won't be long until you join him and all my other friends." I saw him walking toward me, flickering in and out in several directions. You can't run, kid. You're in my world now, just like the others. This is insane. When he grabbed me, I saw his bleeding black and red-eyed, grinning face. I woke up with a fright. Peanut, do not jump at the screen or I swear to God, I will send Sonic after you. After a couple of hours, I decided to continue playing the game. Why? Why? Literally why? Literally, what is the reasoning? I don't know why, but I had to know. So I had to figure out why this was happening. No, the fuck you don't! Smash the disc! So I turned on the computer, turned on the game, and selected Robotnik next. I still thought that was wacky, playing as Robotnik. That is the least of your concerns right now! But anyway, the level title appeared again, and this time it said ... which I found really freaky. Literally, there is minutes of story before this moment. Of Tails being torn to shreds, murdered in front of your eyes. Knuckles, as well, being murdered in front of your eyes. This evil Sonic tormenting you and invading your dreams and telling you he's gonna, like, kill you and add you to his collection or whatever. But playing as Robotnik in a level called ... is really freaky. Apparently. What the fuck are you doing over there? Meow. This time I was in some kind of hallway. It didn't really look like it was from any of the classic Sonic games, though it had the pixelated style, and the floor was shiny and checkered. The walls were dark grayish purple with animated candlelights and a few dark bloodstains here and there. And there was a dark red curtain hanging above the top part of the screen. Every 12 seconds or so, every 12 seconds or so, that red curtain swayed very slowly, but whenever you're playing the game, you can barely see it move. What the fuck does that mean? The music was oddly pleasant, a piano playing a rather sad yet peaceful song. But I knew better, because I'm a fucking Sonic aficionado, apparently. Yeah, this was the song that played in Hill Act 1, only it wasn't in reverse. Remember how he said it sounded like a calming tune, but played in reverse? How would you know that the song would normally be calming or whatever if it's playing in reverse? You wouldn't fucking know. What are you, a superhuman? It's because he has the biggest mind. He's a smart gamer, guys. Remember, he's a smart gamer. So he knows better because he's a smart gamer. Robotnik didn't look entirely nervous like Tails and Knuckles did, but he did have a suspicious look on his face, as if he was just a bit paranoid. He did a little animation when I just left him standing. He turns his head to the left and then to the right at least twice, and then shrugs at me, as if he has no idea where he was or what was going on. Even though I was scared out of my mind about what was going to happen, I had Robotnik continue onward. He did his usual running animation. You know, when you've beaten him at the... Oh, excuse me. You know, when you've beaten him at the end of a classic Sonic game and you chase him? As we continued going through the hallway, then I stopped at a long flight of stairs leading downward. Now I was nervous. Even Robotnik seemed unsure of himself, though I pressed onward. A skeleton jump scare. As I led Robotnik down the stairs, I noticed that the walls had gotten darker and more reddish. The red torches are now an eerie blue. Then we landed onto another hallway. This one was longer than the last one, or at least it felt like it. And then we... Okay, so you're so certain of every single quantifiable second that could pass at any moment, period, because you're the human clock, but you can't tell if this hallway is longer than the last. And then we headed down another flight of stairs. This one was much longer. It took at least 1 full minute. Okay, I just... The first hallway, I knew exactly how long that one was. The third hallway, 1 minute, totally easy. The second hallway, oh my god, I had no idea. It was... I've never been so much of a failure in my life. Oh my fucking god, dude. And then I heard that horrid Kefka laugh again as the music slowly faded until it was quiet. As it did, the walls turned more dark red and the torches were black flame now. When Robotnik landed onto the third hallway, I noticed he now looked really creeped out. Though he tried to hide it, I couldn't blame him. I was scared too. Suddenly, Sonic popped right in front of Robotnik the same way he did Knuckles, and then the red static. The red static lasted for about 15 seconds, and then it showed me the most unpleasant image. I counted at least 15 seconds. The image showed a hyper-realistic of Sonic. A hyper-realistic of Sonic standing. Did I just hear a fucking door? What the fuck was that? Sonic's after me, guys. Here he is. That's the cat. Okay. The image showed a hyper-realistic of Sonic standing in the dark, where you can only see his face while his head and torso faded into black. And when I saw the hyper-realistic, I mean like he looked so real you could actually see the lines in his blue fur. As if you could actually feel the fur if you touched the screen. I'm telling you. His face. Oh god, he had the most horrifying smile I've ever seen. And that's saying something, considering I saw that image at the start of the game. The image that you see, by the way. That's... I'm losing my brain cells. They're gone. I don't have any brain cells anymore. I'm officially done. Can you stop pushing my delivery out? You said 7:16 like an hour ago. Now you say 7:56. Make my fucking pizza. That was overly aggressive. Sorry. His eyes are wide and black and once again crying blood, which also looks hyper-realistic. And there were two small glowing red dots in those black eyes staring right at me, all caps, as if staring into my mind. His grin was wide and demonic. It literally stretched to the sides of his face like a Cheshire cat, except Sonic had fangs. Very sharp, all caps, fangs. Much like the werehog's teeth, except more vicious looking, okay? Somewhat yellowish, and from the look of it, he had stains of blood and small bits of flesh on his lips and fangs, as if he ate some animal. I stared at that gruesome image for a good 30 seconds, never taking my eyes off it. I felt as if he was actually looking at me and smiling at me. That face. It took 10 seconds for it to etch itself into my brain for good. Okay, so you look at it for 30 seconds, but it only took 10 seconds to etch into your brain, but then you kept looking because you had to be sure, right? You have to always be sure. It took 10 seconds for it to etch itself. Do you know how long 10 seconds is? I want you to sit... You know what? We're going to sit here in silence for 10 actual seconds. I'm going to shut up. I'm going to turn the music off. And we're going to sit here in silence for 10 seconds. Okay? And I want you to imagine and really internalize how long this shit actually is. Okay? I need you to understand why this is stupid, alright? Okay. Music off. I'm going silent. 10 seconds starting now. That's how long 10 seconds is. He was staring. It took that long for him to memorize the spooky, right? It took him that long to etch the thought into his mind. Now we're going to go even further. He said he stared at the picture for 30 seconds. 30 seconds starting now. Stare at the screen. Stare at that Sonic. Here. Ready? Hold on. I want you to fucking stare at this for 30 seconds in complete silence. And I want you to tell me how fucking bored you get, alright? Here we go. 30 seconds starting now. 30 seconds. There. Do you understand why that's so fucking stupid? And then we died. Yes, of fucking absolute inescapable boredom. You can see why this is stupid. To be like, I stared at it for 30 seconds and then he went down a staircase for 1 minute. I'm not gonna make you wait through a minute. That would just be cruel. But he went down a staircase for 1 full minute. Like, at least he had the stimulus of pressing the button, I guess. Oh my god. Alright. Then the screen flickered with red static again 3 times, and on the 3rd time I heard the Kefka laugh, except this time it sounded distorted. Demonic even. It went back to the image again, except this time there was text again, though it was messed up. But it was pretty much one of the most horrifying things I've looked at since I had this game. I am God. It was when I read that message while looking at Sonic when it hit me. I realized right there and then, this Sonic was a monster. A pure, evil, sadistic, all-powerful, nightmarish, demented monster. And all of his victims, including Tails, Knuckles, Robotnik, and possibly Kyle, are just his little toys. And the game is the very gateway into his chaotic, nightmarish world and the very hell his victims are trapped in. I don't want to be a fucking toy for Sonic, dude. What the fuck? That's the worst one. Never mind. I had a joke brewing, but I decided against it. Suddenly, in an actual split second, I screamed as Sonic lunged at the screen, screeching loudly. With his mouth wide open. That was me, by the way. With his mouth wide open to an unnatural length, revealing nothing but literally a spiraling abyss of pure darkness before the red static came again, this time much louder and distorted. So loud that it hurt my ears. I yelled and grabbed my ears as the red static screeched for a good 7 seconds. I wonder what gave it away. Yes, me too. I also wonder what gave away he was an evil demonic monster. It couldn't have been him literally murdering everything in his path. I mean, that's just normal hedgehog stuff, right? Then it stopped and showed nothing but a black screen. I stared at it for 7 hours. No, not really. I won't be surprised. As I sat there staring at the black screen, one last text came out. Ready for round 2, Tom? Whoa, Sonic. Okay, hold on, bud. No, thank you. You're getting a little frisky there, aren't you, Sonic? The Kefka laugh, now sounding more clear as if Sonic was right behind me, played again 3 times as I looked at the text in shock and confusion. Okay, new song. I know what's coming up next. Then I got booted back to the main menu, and this time the 3rd save file had a TV image of Robotnik in the same tormented state as Tails and Knuckles. Robotnik's skin turned a dull gray, his mustache drooped, and his head blackened. This is a very short loop. This is gonna get annoying very fast. His mustache drooped and had blackened. His glasses broke and blood is coming from them. He had a mere dead-like expression on his face. I looked at Tails, Knuckles, and Robotnik, and I cried a bit. I pitied them for their agony. They're going through. They were forever trapped within the game, forever tormented by that horrid hedgehog, and always will be. Then the computer shut itself off. I couldn't turn it back on no matter what I did. Okay, that's annoying already. I'm gonna go back to this one because it actually sounds pleasant. I sat there for maybe 25 seconds, horrified by what had just happened. Sonic is the very embodiment of evil. Sonic is the devil. That's why none of the games are good. He tortures people who play his game in more ways than one, and then when he gets bored, he drags you into the game. Literally drags you to hell, where he can play with you always as his toy. Why are you specifying that? Why do you have to keep repeating the toy bit? Get out of here with your stream boot bullshit. I can't get the game out of my computer. I think it's stuck in there, but at least I managed to turn it back on now. After I sat there for 25 seconds, I heard a voice right behind me, like a whisper. Try to keep this interesting for me, Tom? I turned around to see where the voice came from, and what I saw made me scream. Sitting on my bed, staring right at me, was a Sonic plushie, smiling with bloodstains under its eyes. Is it just me and I'm insane, or is there like really fucking weird sexual undertones to this all of a sudden at the end here? Ready for round 2. Keep this interesting for me. He's on his bed. Sonic's getting freaky with it. Oh my god, Fur Affinity is a credit on this. JC the Hina on Fur Affinity. Maybe there is, maybe there was. Maybe I'm not insane. Oh my god. Holy shit. That was Sonic EXE, by the way. That's the end of the story. Holy shit, this is garbage. This is hot, steaming pile of garbage. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy fuck, dude. What in the actual fuck? How is this popular? It's a story about Sonic. What did you expect? Okay, fair. Fair statement, I suppose. How does this have a 7.90? What do the fucking comments say about this? We're not sleeping after this, says somebody. If I saw a plushie, I would burst out laughing, yeah. Who's faster, Sonic EXE or regular? And then a guy here called Cyan Ducky says, Sonic can only run, but I can fly and teleport anywhere, winky face. And then some guy just replies to that saying, get real, throws a jug of milk on you and throws you against the wall at immeasurable speed. What the fuck is this comment section? Silence, roleplayer! Oh my god, how in the fuck did this scare me when I was a kid? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god, it was dog shit. His inspiration came from a photoshopped image of the holding screen for Sonic the Hedgehog, which the character had eye injuries, but keeps a smile. Oh my god. I don't know how this got so popular. There's a sequel, by the way. I'm not gonna read it today. That can come some other time. But there's a sequel. Sally.exe, which from what I remember, there's a tentacle makeout scene in it. I'm not fucking with you. That's real. There is a black tentacle makeout scene in Sonic EXE 2. I can't stress enough how literally insane this is. What the fuck was that? I just looked over at my stream and there's like a line of skeletons gently floating away. Bye-bye, boys! Oh my god. That was awful. Okay, we got 2 suicide-related ones here. We have Suicide Squidward and Suicide Mouse.avi. I don't know how much time we have left. Because it's almost 8, which is when I would usually get off. So we have 10 minutes. I was going to read a longer one. I guess that was a longer one, right? I'll save this one for when you're with me, Nick. Tiki Toby? I know you like that one. I'll save that one. Who was Foam? Oh, that's a meme pasta. Who was Foam? Like the day of all the blood. That's also a meme pasta. How long is bedtime? What is this one? 57 minutes? No. Okay, so what have we covered? We covered Slenderman, the Rake, Laughing Jack, like some of the classics. I wanted to do Jeff the Killer. I don't know if we have time for it now that I did Sonic EXE, though. But I'll definitely do that one next time. How long is Lavender Town Syndrome? Well, wait, I'm still... So we got some of the classics in. We got Slenderman, Rake, and Laughing Jack. We got some gaming ones in. We got Ben Drowned and Sonic EXE. And that's it. So we should probably do a Lost episode to round out the whole thing. So we can either do Dead Bart, which is fucking stupid, Squidward's Suicide, or Suicide Mouse. There's also Rugrats Theory, but I don't really have interest in that because I don't watch Rugrats. I'm thinking either Squidward's Suicide or Suicide Mouse. The thing about Tiki Toby is that I think they gave him Tourette's to just make him... How do I say this? I think they gave him Tourette's to just make him, quote-unquote, less normal. Not to say people with disabilities aren't normal, but I think that was the intention of the writer, so that they could pass away him going crazy. Because otherwise it would be... Because in Jeff the Killer doesn't even have a reason to go crazy. They just said, they just say, he has a feeling. It's a feeling that he felt, and he felt the feeling that he felt, and then he turns into, like, a murderer, right? Which is stupid. I think Tiki Toby is much better than Jeff the Killer, because it at least tries to give a reason he's already losing it a little bit, and it's more so because of his sister's death, and how he not copes, but how that kind of interacts with his condition. And I'm not saying that there probably isn't Tourette's awareness in there, but I think if I would have to guess, I would have to say the writer himself has Tourette's, because most of these Jeff the Killer, Sally, blah blah blahs are like self-insert stuff. So I don't know if he wrote it to bring awareness to Tourette's. I think he might have written it because he has Tourette's and to give the character a reason, quote unquote. Also, I see Squidward in excited all caps, so we're gonna do Squidward Suicide. I don't think that there is any music specifically for Squidward Suicide, and I can't play SpongeBob music or I'm getting capped in the ass by Nickelodeon. So I'm gonna throw on spooky music, spooky creepypasta music, and I might have a video I can actually put up. Squidward Suicide. It's called Red Mist now, right? Because people don't like that term anymore. You can't say it on YouTube. or you get like instantly demoed. There's a lot of red mist takes here. I just got a suicide prevention like post. Yeah, I'll put this on. Credit where it's due. Always give credit. The video that I am about to... What did I just do? The video that I'm about to paste up here. My computer just crashed. Or at least my web bar. It's real. We're haunted. This looks... Okay. This video that I'm going to use for the background of this reading, it's a short reading, it's about 7 minutes, is from SpongeBob Lost Episodes on YouTube. Please check them out, see their stuff, give the video a like. Let me just get this video all set and running. And this will be the last one for tonight because my throat is starting to hurt. And I got a pizza coming that's continuously getting later and later. What do you mean, error? Is Squidward, like, destroying my computer right now? What the fuck is happening? While that's processing, actually, let me update. Squidward's suicide. Error. It's literally not letting me download this video for you guys. Alright, what about this one then? Red Mist. Okay, so this one, if it works... It might not. But this next one, if it works, is by Creepypasta Maniac 706, 12 years ago with 1 million views. I recommend checking him out. I would definitely check him out. Another error. Okay, I think I know what's happening. I think because I'm getting, like, suicide watch or, like, trigger warnings when clicking on these videos, it's blocking my, my thing from actively being able to get a hold of it. So, that being said, there is not going to be a background to this, unfortunately, but I can put the official image there, at least. Which actually, there's 2 official images now, technically. There's the one for the creepypasta, and then there's the one... And then there's the, what the fuck am I trying to say? The one that was in an actual SpongeBob episode, because they did a red mist joke, but they had to remove it. Alright, there he is. There's our boy. He'll just be staring at you for God knows how long. And then we'll, you know what, we'll jump forward a little bit. We'll jump forward to... Actually, no, we'll jump back. Let's make this classic. Okay, Squidward's suicide. Ready when you are. Well, I guess ready when I am, because I'm the reader. Just hold on one second. Okay, here we go. Estimated reading time 7 minutes. Welcome to Red Mist, also originally known as Squidward's Suicide. Here we go. I just want to start off by saying, if you want an answer at the end, prepare to be disappointed. There just isn't one. I was an intern at Nickelodeon Studios for a year in 2005 for my degree in animation. It wasn't paid, of course. Most internships aren't, but I did have some perks beyond education. To adults, it might not seem like a big one, but most kids at the time would go crazy over it. Now, since I work directly with the editors and animators, I got to view the new episodes days before they aired. I'll get right to it without giving too many unnecessary details. They had very recently made the SpongeBob movie, and the entire staff was somewhat sapped of their creativity, so it took them longer to start up the season. But the delay lasted longer for more upsetting reasons. There was a problem with the Series 4 premiere that set everyone and everything back for several months. Me and 2 other interns were in the editing room along with the lead animators and sound editors for the final cut. We received a copy that was supposed to be Fear of a Krabby Patty and gathered around the screen to watch. Now, given that it isn't final yet, animators often put a mock title card, sort of an inside joke for us, with phony, oftentimes lewd titles, like How Sex Doesn't Work instead of Rockabye Bevalve. Is that how you say that? When SpongeBob and Patrick adopt a sea scallop. Bevalve. Nothing particularly funny, but work-related chuckles. So when we saw the title card, Squidward's Suicide, we didn't think it more than a morbid joke. One of the interns did a small throat laugh at it. The happy-go-lucky music played as normal. The story began with Squidward practicing his clarinet, hitting a few sour notes like normal. We hear SpongeBob laughing outside, and Squidward stops, yelling at him to keep it down as he has a concert that night and needs to practice. SpongeBob says okay and goes to see Sandy with Patrick. The bubble splash screen comes up, and we see the ending of Squidward's concert. This is where things begin to seem off. While playing, a few frames repeated themselves, but the sound doesn't. At this point, sound isn't synced up with animation, so yes, that's not common. Oh, the sound is synced up with animation. Sorry. But when he stopped playing, the sound finishes as if the skips never happened. There's a slight murmuring in the crowd before they begin to boo him. Not normal cartoon booing that's common in the show, but you could very clearly hear the malice in it. Squidward's in full frame and looks visibly afraid. The shot goes to the crowd with SpongeBob in center frame, and he too is booing. Very much unlike him. That isn't the oddest thing, though. What is odd is everyone had hyper-realistic eyes. Return of the hyper-realism. Oh. Oh my god, okay. Very detailed. Clearly not shots of real people's eyes, but something a bit more real than CGI. What in the fuck does that mean? The pupils were red. Some of us looked at each other, obviously confused, but since we weren't the writers, we didn't question its appeal to children yet. What do you mean its appeal to children? If I was a child, and I was watching this episode, and all of a sudden I saw hyper-realistic eyes coming from every character in the crowd of the show, I would shit my pants. Kind of like the fucking butterfly episode. The shot goes to Squidward, sitting on the edge of his bed, looking very forlorn. The view out of his porthole window is of a night sky, so it isn't very long after the concert. The unsettling part is at this point there was no sound. Literally no sound. Not even the feedback from the speakers in the room. It's as if the speakers were turned off. Though their status showed them working perfectly. He just sat there, blinking, in this silence for about 30 seconds. Then he started to sob softly. He put his hands, tentacles, over his eyes and cried quietly for a full minute. Thank you for the clarification. All the while, the sound in the background, very slowly growing from nothing to barely audible, it sounded like a slight breeze through a forest. The screen slowly began to zoom in on his face, and by slow, I mean it's only noticeable if you look at the shots 10 seconds apart side by side. His sobbing gets louder, more full of hurt and anger. The screen then twitches a bit, as if it twists in on itself for a split second, then back to normal. The wind through the trees sound gets slowly louder and more severe, as if a storm is brewing somewhere. The eerie part is this sound and Squidward's sobbing. It sounded real. As if the sound wasn't coming from the speakers, but as if the speakers were holes and the sound was coming through them from the other side. That's what speakers are, dumbass! So speakers. As good as sound as the studio likes to have, they don't purchase the equipment to be that good to produce sound of that quality. Below the sound of the wind and sobbing, very faint, something sounded like laughing. It came at odd intervals and never lasted more than a second, so you had a hard time pinning it. We watched this show twice, so pardon me if things sound too specific, but I've had time to think about them. Okay. After 30 seconds of this, the screen blurred and twitched violently as if something flashed over the screen. Yeah, the blur and the twitch flashed over the screen. That's why it blurred and twitched. As if a single frame was replaced. The lead animation editor paused and rewound frame by frame. What we saw was horrible. It was a still photo of a dead child. He couldn't have been more than 6. The face was mangled and bloodied, one eye dangling over his upturned face, popped. He was naked down to his underwear, his stomach crudely cut open and his entrails lying beside him. He was laying on some pavement that was probably a road. Why does that matter? What he was laying on. Alright. The most upsetting part was there was a shadow of the photographer. There was no crime tape, no evidence tags or markers. The angle was completely off for a shot designed to be evidence. It would seem the photographer was the person responsible for the child's death. We were, of course, mortified, but pressed on, hoping that it was just a sick joke. The screen flipped back to Squidward, still sobbing, louder than before, and half his body in frame. There was now what appeared to be blood running down his face from his eyes. The blood was also done in hyper-realistic style, looking as if you touched it, you'd get blood on your fingers. The wind sounded now as if it were that of a gale blowing through the forest. There were even snapping sounds of branches, then laughing. I can't play this. This is from a movie. I have to jump ahead. Sorry for the interruption. Okay. Continue. The sounds of the gale, the branches. The laughing. A deep baritone lasting at longer intervals and coming more frequently. After about 20 seconds, the screen again twisted and showed a single frame photo. The editor was reluctant to go back. I mean, we all were. But he knew he had to. This time the photo was that of what appeared to be a little girl. No older than the first child. She was laying on her stomach, her barrettes in a pool of blood next to her. Her left eye was too popped out and popped. Huh? Her left eye was too popped out and popped, naked except for underpants. Her entrails were piled on top of her, above her crude cut along her back. Again, the body was on a street, and the photographer's shadow was visible. Very similar in size and shape to the first. I had to choke back vomit, and one intern, the only female in the room, ran out. The show resumed. The fucking women, am I right? Can't handle seeing a dead body. She got out of here. Now that the pussies are gone. Oh, why does that matter? Alright. About 5 seconds after this photo played, Squidward was silent, as did all sound, like it was when the scene had started. He put his tentacles down and his eyes were now done in hyper-realism, like the others were in the beginning of the episode. Weren't they already? Whatever. They were bleeding, bloodshot, and pulsating. He just stared at the screen as if watching the viewer. After about 10 seconds, he started sobbing. This time not covering his eyes. The sound was piercing and loud, and most fear-inducing of all, his sobbing was mixed with screams. Tears and blood were dripping down his face at a heavy rate. The wind sound came back, and so did the deep-voiced laugh. And this time, the still photo lasted for 5 frames. The animator was able to stop it on the 4th, and backed up. This time the photo was of a boy, about the same age, but this time the scene was different. The entrails were just being pulled out from a stomach wound by a large hand. The right eye popped and dangling, blood trickling down it. The animator proceeded. It was hard to believe, but the next one was different, but we couldn't tell what. He went on to the next. Same thing. He went back to the first and played them quicker, and I lost it. I vomited on the floor. The animating, the sound editors gasping at the screen. The 5 frames were not as if they were 5 different photos. They were played out as if they were frames from a video. We saw the hand slowly lift out the guts. We saw the kid's eyes focus on it. We even saw 2 frames of the kid beginning to blink. The lead sound editor told us to stop. He had to call in the creator to see this. Mr. Hillenberg arrived within 15 minutes! Oh my god, they're bringing the creator of SpongeBob into... I mean, of course they are. How could they not? He was so confused as to why he was called down there, so the editor just continued the episode. Once the few frames were shown, all screaming, all sound again stopped. Squidward was just staring at the viewer, full frame of the face for about 3 seconds. The shot quickly panned out, and a deep voice said, "Do it!" And we see in Squidward hands a shotgun. He immediately puts the gun to his mouth and pulls the trigger. Realistic blood and brain matter splattering the wall behind him. No, it's serious. Believe me, kind of serious. And his bed, and he flies back with force. With the force. The last 5 seconds of the episode show his body on the bed, on his side, one eye dangling on what's left of his head above the floor, staring blankly at it. Then the episode ends. Mr. Hillenberg was obviously angry at this. He demanded to know what the heck was going on. Most people left the room at this point, so it was just a handful of us to watch it again. Viewing the episode twice only served to imprint the eternity of it in my mind and caused me horrible nightmares. I'm sorry I stayed. The only theory we could think of was the file was edited by someone in the chain from the drawing studio to here. The CTO was called in to analyze what happened. The analysis of the files did show it was edited over by new material. However, the timestamp of it was a mere 24 seconds before we began viewing it. All equipment involved was examined for foreign software and hardware as well as glitches, as if the timestamp may have glitched and showed the wrong time, but everything checked out fine. We don't know what happened, and to this day, nobody does. There was an investigation due to the nature of the photos, but nothing came of it. No child scene was identified, and no clues were gathered from the data involved, nor physical clues in the photo. I never believed in unexplained phenomena before, but now that I have something happen, and I can't prove anything about it beyond anecdotal evidence, I think twice about things. And that was Squidward's suicide. That was Squidward's suicide. Credit to Anonymous. We don't know who to credit this to. Yeah, dog shit. It's just shock factor to be shock factor. Funny, though. I don't know why the thought of Squidward blowing his fucking brains out is so funny to me. Also, I don't know what's the point of the dead kids? I don't know. Again, just shock factor. That's all it needed to be, all it was there for. But yeah, that was Creepypasta. Sorry, I don't know what happened to me there. That was Creepypasta reading night. And I definitely want to do this again because this is fun, but my throat fucking hurts. I hope I did good. I hope my reading was good. I was, putting some effort into it. I don't know. I don't normally like read aloud for stuff and for people, so it, I hope it came out all right. And I hope all of y'all were entertained. I hope this was a fun little thing that we could do together. Dude, I feel bad for you. You've been waiting for your pizza for so long. Mine just got here after 20 minutes. I don't know where the fuck this thing is, dude. And now they're saying it's going to be here at 8:34. When does this store close? Is there really no one to go get it? I might have to walk in the dark and go get it. But they might, close by then. Hold on. I'm actually going to look up if they're open still. Because if they're not, then why is this waiting? Pizza. You get to listen to me read scary. It's open. Closes at 9. So if they don't send a guy to get it, before 9, then I'm just not gonna get my pizza. Well, fuck me, I guess. But yeah, I mean, hey, I'm glad you got to listen to some spooky stories and listen to some stuff. I'm gonna keep this text thing here, but I'm gonna rename it to current story because I'm gonna have it ready for the next times. And yeah, this was fun as hell. Thank y'all for watching. I'm gonna switch off the creepypasta music to some Isaac music as I do my little stuff here. Here, I'll actually do a creepier one. I was gonna do Walls of Denial, but because we're doing creepypasta and it's spooky, I'm gonna do Morning Star. That's the name of the song. Hey. How does that sound? Too loud, too quiet? Okay. Yeah, so that was fun. I'm gonna go through all the ones that I read real fast and just say good, bad. Slenderman, pretty good, holds up. It's short, sweet, simple, doesn't over-explain. It's really good. The Rake is a little iffy, but it's still good. It serves its purpose. What did I read after Rake? What did I read after Rake? I can't even remember what I read after Rake. I read something after the Rake, and then I read Ben Drowned. Ben Drowned aged. I can see the appeal. The videos are fantastic, but the story aged. I do not think that one was as good. It is as good now at adult standards, at today's standards, as it was back then. But it was still... but that doesn't mean it was bad. It was still pretty alright. Passable. After Ben Drowned, I read Gateway to the Mind. That one was... I'd say it's good. It feels a little nothingy looking back on it. Oh, we removed all the senses of a guy and he found out God hates us, or whatever. I feel like that'd be a lot scarier if you were religious. But it's not horrible. I think it's written pretty alright. Laughing Jack was awful. It was kind of stupid. Sonic EXE was dog shit. Oh my god, that was I was tormented, and I was just reading the torment. And then the one we just read, Squidward Suicide, is bad. It doesn't hold up. I don't even know if it would have held up back then. I don't know why that got popularity as it did. I think it's just because the concept of people writing their own horror stories and just posting online was such a new and novel idea that everything was new, so everything was good. But now looking back at it, it's like, oh, well, no, most of this was like dog shit, actually. What the fuck was the one that I read before Ben Drowned? I read Candle Cove. Candle Cove is phenomenal. Candle Cove was really good. Candle Cove is still one of my absolute favorites. Candle Cove is so fun to read, and the concept of it is so phenomenal. So yeah, a few stinkers, a few good ones. Some of them hold up. Next time I want to read Russian Sleep Experiment. I definitely want to get Jeff the Killer in there. And we can do Tiki Toby. If we're doing a team one, if we're gonna do a team reading at some point, let's do ones that you remember. I think I want to do Jeff the Killer on a part 3, maybe. If we do a part 2 and you join in on it, let's do Tiki Toby, Russian Sleep Experiment, because I know you like both of those. And try to remember some of the older ones that you were really into. And we'll do stories that you want to share. And then what else? And then when I do a part 3 on my own again, we can do, I can do, Eilish Jack, Zalgo, Jeff. Because there's still plenty to go through here. Lavender Town Syndrome. And the Seed Eater. I remember the Seed Eater. I was kind of hooked for that one for a while. And then there's ones that aren't even on this list, like Ed and Eddie Purgatory Theory and shit like that. But yeah, no, it was fun as hell to read these. And I'm hyped when we do it again. Although what we're gonna do on Saturday is I'm gonna play Condemned 2 to continue my rage crackhead beating to death adventures as a perfectly sane individual. So yeah, we'll do Bloodshot 2 first playthrough on Saturday. That being said, the song ended. I meant to wrap up before the song ended, but I'll see all of you guys next time. And stay spooky. It's October, fellas. Time to get scary. See you all next time. Peace.